Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Torell. In the beginning there was nothing but the vast emptiness of the void, pregnant with infinite possibility and terrible potential. From this primordial darkness, the first stirrings of creation began to take shape, as cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension began their eternal dance of creation and destruction. The world that would come to be known as Torell was not born in a moment of gentle genesis, but forged in the crucible of divine conflict, where the very foundations of reality were hammered into existence upon the anvil of cosmic will. The earliest myths speak of Ao, the overgod, whose nature transcends the understanding of mortals and immortals alike, neither good nor evil, neither lawful nor chaotic. Ao exists as the supreme arbiter of cosmic balance, the ultimate authority over all divine beings who would claim dominion over the world. It was Ao who set the fundamental laws that would govern not just the physical realm, but the very nature of divinity itself. Under his absolute authority, the gods themselves became subject to rules that even they could not break, establishing a cosmic hierarchy that would endure through all the ages to come. From the swirling chaos of the void, the twin goddesses Selûne and Shar emerged as fundamental opposing forces. Selûne, the goddess of the moon and light, represented the principle of revelation, growth, and protective illumination. Her sister Shar embodied the darkness, the void, the comfort of oblivion, and the terror of the unknown. These two primordial beings were not merely siblings but cosmic principles made manifest, the eternal duality that would define the struggle between light and shadow, creation and entropy, hope and despair. The conflict between Selûne and Shar was not born of petty jealousy or personal ambition, but from their fundamentally opposed natures. Selûne sought to fill the darkness with light, to create and nurture and reveal. Shar desired to return all things to the perfect stillness of the void, to embrace the eternal peace of nothingness. Their war was inevitable, written into the very fabric of existence itself, a cosmic necessity that would shape not just the physical world, but the moral and spiritual landscape of all who would dwell upon it. When Selûne began to create, drawing forth matter and energy from the primordial chaos, Shar sought to undo her work, to drag all back into the comfortable embrace of non-existence. Their battle raged across dimensions, their conflict so profound that it began to tear at the very fabric of reality. Neither could defeat the other completely, for they were equally matched, equally necessary, equally eternal in their opposition. It was in this cosmic struggle that the first spark of what would become Torell was kindled. As Selûne and Shar fought, their opposing energies began to create pockets of stability within the chaos, regions where matter could coalesce and take form. The goddess of light poured her essence into these nascent formations, while the goddess of darkness sought to consume them before they could fully manifest. This eternal push and pull, creation and destruction working in terrible harmony, gave birth to the first solid matter in the cosmos. But creation demanded sacrifice, and Selûne, desperate to preserve her works from her sister's hunger, made a choice that would echo through all of history. She tore a portion of her own divine essence from herself, casting it into the void as a burning sphere of pure celestial fire. This fragment of the moon goddess became Chauntea, the Great Mother, the goddess of agriculture and life itself. The act of this divine sundering sent shockwaves through the cosmos, and from the interaction of these three divine essences, light, darkness, and life, the world of Torell truly began to take shape. Chantia's birth was not a gentle flowering, but a cosmic explosion of creative force. Where her essence touched the forming world, life began to stir in its most primitive forms. The barren stone that had been shaped by the conflict of her mothers suddenly bloomed with potential. Oceans began to fill the vast depressions carved by divine battle. Atmospheres coalesced around the spinning sphere. The fundamental building blocks of what mortals would one day call nature began their slow dance of evolution and adaptation. Yet even as life began to emerge, the conflict between Saloon and Shar continued to rage, their battle now taking on new dimensions as they fought not just over the principle of existence, but over the nature of the life that Chantia had made possible. Saloon sought to guide and protect this new creation, while Shar worked to corrupt and ultimately destroy it. Their eternal struggle became woven into the very essence of the world, ensuring that light and darkness, creation and destruction, hope and despair would forever war within the hearts of all living things. The early eons of Torell's existence were marked by constant upheaval as the fundamental forces of creation worked to establish a stable foundation for the world. Mountain ranges thrust upward from the primordial oceans, only to be worn away by wind and water. Continents formed and shifted, their borders redrawn by forces both natural and divine. The very climate of the world swung between extremes, as the cosmic forces above sought to impose their will upon the developing sphere. During these formative ages, other divine beings began to take notice of the world that was slowly emerging from chaos. Some were drawn by the creative potential that Chantia represented, seeing in the growing world a canvas upon which they might paint their own visions of perfection. Others were attracted by the conflict itself, seeing in the eternal struggle between light and darkness opportunities to advance their own cosmic agendas. Still others came as refugees, fleeing from conflicts in distant realms and seeking new domains where they might establish their power. As these divine beings began to settle in and around Torell, the world became not just a physical sphere, but a nexus of supernatural forces. The material plane, as scholars would later call it, became surrounded and interpenetrated by layers of reality that reflected different aspects of divine power. The Feywild emerged as a realm of pure emotion and natural beauty, while the Shadowfell formed as its dark mirror, a place where death and sorrow held dominion. These parallel dimensions were not separate from Torell, but intimately connected to it, their borders permeable to those who possessed the knowledge and power to cross between worlds. The arrival of so many divine beings brought new complications to the already complex relationship between Saloon, Shar, and Chantia. Alliances formed and dissolved as gods sought to advance their own interests while navigating the fundamental cosmic tensions that had given birth to the world. Some deities aligned themselves with Saloon's vision of growth and protection, while others found common cause with Shar's desire to return all things to the void. Many sought to curry favor with Chantia, recognizing that her power over life itself made her approval essential for any long-term success in this new realm. Yet even as divine politics grew increasingly complex, the world itself continued to evolve and develop. The primitive life forms that had first emerged from Chantia's essence began to diversify and spread across the continents. Simple organisms gave way to more complex creatures, each generation building upon the achievements of those who came before. The oceans teemed with life, while the land began to sprout the first primitive plants that would eventually grow into vast forests. It was during this primordial age that the fundamental magical nature of Torell was established. The world was not merely a physical sphere, but a conduit for supernatural energies, a place where the boundaries between the possible and impossible were thinner than in most realms. Magic flowed through the world, like blood through a living body, pooling in certain locations and creating sites of tremendous power. These nexuses of magical energy would later become the foundations for the greatest civilizations and the most terrible disasters in the world's history. The early development of magic was chaotic and unpredictable, reflecting the ongoing cosmic struggle that had given birth to the world. Streams of raw magical energy would sometimes surge across continents, transforming entire regions in moments and creating phenomena that defied all attempts at understanding. Mountains of pure crystal would appear overnight, only to dissolve into mist at sunrise. Rivers would flow upward into the sky, while forests would spring into existence fully grown and bearing fruit that had never been seen before. As the eons passed, the chaotic magical energies began to settle into more predictable patterns, though they never lost their fundamental wildness. The world developed what scholars would later term ley lines, invisible channels of magical force that crisscrossed the continents like a vast network of supernatural arteries. Where these lines intersected, nodes of concentrated power formed, creating places where magic was not just possible but inevitable. The establishment of these magical patterns attracted the attention of beings from across the multiverse. Creatures of pure elemental force began to manifest on Torell, drawn by the rich magical emanations. Dragons, those ancient children of magic itself, began to make their homes in the world's most potent magical sites. Other beings, stranger and more alien, also arrived, aberrations from the far realm, celestials, seeking to establish beachheads of divine order, and fiends hoping to corrupt the growing world for their own dark purposes. Each of these arrivals brought new complications and opportunities. The dragons, with their inherent understanding of magic and their tremendous lifespans, began to establish the first true civilizations on Torell. These were not societies as mortals would later understand them, but vast territories ruled by individual dragon lords, each seeking to maximize their hoard of both treasure and magical power. The conflicts between these dragon princes carved deep scars into the landscape and established patterns of dominance and territory that would influence the world's development for millions of years to come. The celestials and fiends brought with them the cosmic war between good and evil, law and chaos that raged throughout the multiverse. Their battles were fought not just with sword and spell but with philosophy and temptation, as each side sought to shape the developing world according to their moral vision. These conflicts often played out through proxies, dragons, elementals, and other powerful beings who could be convinced or coerced into serving one side or the other in the eternal struggle. As these various forces contended for dominance, the world itself continued to evolve. The climate stabilized into recognizable patterns, with distinct seasons and weather systems. The continents took on shapes that would remain largely unchanged for millions of years, though their surfaces would be repeatedly transformed by the actions of their inhabitants. Great mountain ranges rose and were worn away, inland seas formed and dried up, and vast forests spread across entire continents before being cleared or burned away by those who came after. Through all of these changes, Chauntea continued her work of nurturing life in all its forms. From the simple organisms that had first emerged from her essence, increasingly complex creatures began to evolve. Some remained close to their natural origins, developing along paths that seemed inevitable given their environments. Others were shaped by magical influences, becoming beings that combined natural evolution with supernatural transformation. It was during this period that the first truly intelligent species began to emerge. These were not the races that would later dominate the world, humans, elves, dwarves, and their kin, but stranger, more alien forms of consciousness. Some were collective minds that existed as vast fungal networks spreading beneath entire continents. Others were gaseous beings that drifted through the upper atmosphere, their thoughts as fluid and changeable as their physical forms. Still others were creatures of living stone, patient and enduring, who measured time in geological ages rather than heartbeats. These primordial intelligences were the world's first philosophers and scientists, the first beings capable of contemplating their own existence and seeking to understand the forces that had shaped their reality. They developed complex theories about the nature of divine power, the flow of magical energy, and the fundamental structure of reality itself. Some of their insights were profound and accurate, forming the foundation for magical and philosophical traditions that would persist long after their creators had passed into legend. Yet, for all their wisdom and power, these ancient beings remained fundamentally alien, creatures whose thought processes and motivations were so different from those of later inhabitants that meaningful communication was often impossible. They viewed the world through lenses shaped by experiences and perspectives that no mortal mind could fully comprehend. Their civilizations, when they built them at all, were structures of such strangeness that later archaeologists could barely recognize them as the works of intelligent beings. The reign of these primordial intelligences was not destined to last. As the world continued to evolve and change, new forms of life emerged that were better adapted to the increasingly stable magical and physical environment. These newcomers were often smaller, shorter-lived, and less individually powerful than their predecessors, but they possessed advantages that would ultimately prove decisive. They were more adaptable, more social, and more capable of rapid cultural and technological development. The transition from the age of primordial beings to the era of more familiar forms of intelligent life was not sudden or violent. It was a gradual process that took place over hundreds of thousands of years, as older forms of consciousness slowly retreated to remote regions or adapted themselves to changing circumstances. Some withdrew entirely from the physical world, becoming creatures of pure thought or merging themselves with the fundamental forces of magic. Others transformed themselves so completely that they became unrecognizable, their original nature preserved only in ancient myths and half-remembered legends. As this great transition took place, the world of Torell began to take on the characteristics that would define it throughout its recorded history. The fundamental magical nature of reality remained constant, but it became more stable and predictable, following laws that intelligent beings could study and learn to manipulate. The geography settled into patterns that would persist for millennia, creating the continents and oceans that would serve as the stage for countless civilizations to come. The divine forces that had shaped the world's creation also began to stabilize into more recognizable patterns. The eternal conflict between Saloon and Shar continued, but it took on new dimensions as both goddesses found themselves dealing with the complex societies that were beginning to emerge among mortals. Other gods established their own domains and spheres of influence, creating a divine hierarchy that would provide both guidance and conflict for the mortal beings who increasingly populated the world. And so the dawn age of Torell drew to a close, not with a dramatic ending, but with a gradual transformation that saw the wild, chaotic world of primordial forces slowly give way to a realm where intelligence and civilization could take root and flourish. The fundamental forces that had shaped the world's birth, the tension between light and darkness, order and chaos, creation and destruction, remained as active as ever, but they now worked through increasingly complex agents and institutions rather than through direct divine intervention. The stage was set for the great dramas of history to unfold, for the rise and fall of mighty civilizations, for the emergence of heroes and villains whose names would echo through the ages. The world had been born in conflict and shaped by struggle, and those patterns would continue to define its character throughout all the ages to come. Yet it had also been blessed with the gift of life itself, with the capacity for growth, change, and the eternal hope that tomorrow might bring something better than what came before. In the end, the dawn of Torell was not just the birth of a world, but the establishment of a cosmic stage where the eternal questions of existence would be played out through countless generations of mortal and immortal beings. The conflicts that had shaped its creation would continue to drive its history, ensuring that the world would never know perfect peace, but would also never be entirely consumed by darkness. It was a place where hope and despair, triumph and tragedy, wisdom and folly would dance their eternal dance, each giving meaning to the others in the grand tapestry of existence that we call history. Chapter 2. The Days of Thunder. Power once seized becomes its own justification, and those who wield it inevitably convince themselves that dominion is not merely their right, but their sacred duty. In the ancient epochs following Torell's chaotic birth, when the world's magical energies still flowed like untamed rivers, and the very landscape shifted with each passing age, there arose beings so magnificent and terrible that their legacy would echo through every civilization that followed. These were the creator races, the first great wielders of magic and shapers of reality, whose hubris would establish patterns of rise and ruin that would define the world's character for all time to come. The thunder that gives this age its name was not merely the sound of storms, but the very trembling of the earth beneath the footsteps of giants, the roar of ancient dragons claiming territories the size of modern kingdoms, and the hissing whispers of serpentine empires whose coils wrapped around entire continents. This was an epoch when individual beings possessed power that would dwarf the mightiest armies of later ages, when a single creature's whim could reshape mountains and redirect rivers, when the boundary between the divine and the mortal was as thin as morning mist. Among the first and mightiest of these creator races were the dragons, those children of magic itself who emerged from the world's primordial energies like living embodiments of elemental force. Unlike the dragons of later ages, who would be forced to adapt to a world increasingly dominated by smaller, more numerous beings, these ancient worms knew no constraints save those imposed by their own ambitions and the resistance of their equally mighty peers. They were not merely large reptiles with the ability to breathe fire or ice, but fundamental expressions of the magical forces that permeated creation itself. Each of these primordial dragons was unique, not just in scale and coloration, but in the very nature of their being. Some embodied pure elemental fire, their presence turning entire regions into burning wastelands where no mortal creature could survive. Others were creatures of living storm, their wings generating winds that could level forests, and their voices speaking in thunder that could be heard across continents. Still others were beings of shadow and nightmare, their influence seeping into the dreams of lesser creatures and twisting reality according to their darkest whims. The territories claimed by these ancient dragons were not merely hunting grounds or treasure hoards, but domains shaped by their very presence. Where a fire dragon made its lair, the climate itself would change, transforming temperate lands into burning deserts or tropical paradises. Ice dragons could bring eternal winter to entire continents, while earth dragons would raise mountain ranges or carve vast canyons according to their aesthetic preferences. These were not temporary changes, but fundamental alterations to the world's geography that would persist long after their creators had passed into legend. The conflicts between these dragon lords were cosmic in scope, battles that would rage for centuries and leave scars upon the landscape visible to this day. When two ancient worms went to war, their conflict was not a mere physical confrontation, but a clash of opposing magical principles. The very air would crackle with unleashed energies, reality would bend and warp under the pressure of their opposing wills, and the aftermath would leave regions transformed beyond recognition. Yet for all their individual might, the dragons were not the only powers in this primordial world. Rising alongside them were the giants, beings of tremendous physical prowess, whose mastery of craftsmanship and engineering would establish traditions that smaller races would struggle to match for millennia to come. These were not the crude, brutish creatures that later stereotypes would make them, but sophisticated civilizations whose understanding of architecture, metallurgy, and magical artifice reached heights that would make modern wizards weep with envy. The giant kingdoms of this era built on a scale that matched their creators' magnificent stature. Their cities sprawled across entire mountain ranges, their towers reached toward the heavens like stone fingers grasping for divinity itself. Their roads were carved directly into the living rock of continents, creating transportation networks that could accommodate beings whose single stride could cover distances that would take lesser creatures hours to traverse. But perhaps the most remarkable achievements of the giant civilizations were their great works of magical engineering. They built forges that burned with the concentrated essence of elemental fire, creating metals and alloys that possessed properties no mundane smith could duplicate. They carved channels through solid stone to redirect the flow of magical energy itself, creating ley lines that would influence the casting of spells for millions of years to come. They raised monuments that served not merely as markers of their presence, but as anchors for reality itself, preventing the chaotic magical energies of the world from reshaping entire regions according to their whims. The giants understood, perhaps better than any race before or since, that true power lay not in the ability to destroy but in the capacity to create lasting change. Their greatest kings were not those who conquered the most territory or accumulated the largest hoards of treasure, but those who left behind works that would endure long after their creators had returned to dust. They built not just for their own glory, but for the ages, creating monuments and institutions that would influence the development of every civilization that followed. Yet even as dragons ruled the skies and giants dominated the mountains and hills, another force was rising in the warm, humid lowlands and vast swamps that covered much of the primordial world. The Saruk, the great serpent people, emerged from the world's most ancient and magical regions as masters of transformation and biological manipulation. If dragons were creatures of raw magical force and giants were masters of physical creation, the Saruk were the ultimate artificers of life itself. The serpent empires were unlike anything that would follow them, civilizations based not on cities or territories, but on the manipulation of living beings. The Saruk possessed an innate understanding of the fundamental principles that governed life and evolution, an insight that allowed them to reshape not just their own forms, but the very nature of countless other species. They were the creators of many of the races that would later populate the world, crafting new forms of life as casually as a potter might shape clay. Where other races built with stone and metal, the Saruk built with flesh and bone. Their cities were not collections of buildings but vast living organisms, breathing structures that could grow and adapt according to their inhabitants' needs. Their tools and weapons were not forged but bred, creatures specifically designed to serve particular functions. Even their art was alive, sculptures and paintings that could move and change according to the aesthetic preferences of their observers. The mastery of biological transformation that the Saruk achieved allowed them to adapt to any environment or challenge. When they encountered obstacles, they did not seek to overcome them through force or engineering, but simply evolved new capabilities that rendered the problems irrelevant. Faced with the need to survive in environments too hot or cold for their base forms, they would simply modify themselves, developing new organs and abilities as easily as changing clothes. This power of transformation extended beyond mere physical adaptation. The Saruk could reshape their minds as well as their bodies, developing new forms of consciousness and perception that allowed them to understand aspects of reality that remained hidden from other races. Some developed the ability to perceive time in non-linear fashion, experiencing past, present, and future as a single continuous moment. Others learned to communicate directly with the fundamental forces of nature, holding conversations with storms, mountains, and forests as easily as they might chat with neighbors. The interactions between these three great creator races were complex and ever-changing, marked by periods of cooperation, competition, and outright warfare. When their interests aligned, they could accomplish feats that defied comprehension. Joint projects between dragons, giants, and Saruk resulted in wonders that would be considered impossible by later standards. Floating cities that soared through the clouds like living things, vast underwater realms where air-breathing creatures could live and thrive, and magical artifacts whose power could reshape reality itself. But such cooperation was rare and fragile, for each race possessed a fundamental nature that made lasting alliances difficult. Dragons were inherently solitary and territorial, viewing other powerful beings as rivals rather than partners. Giants were tribal and hierarchical, more comfortable with clear chains of command than with the fluid negotiations required for true partnership. Saruk were so mutable in their nature that they often found it difficult to maintain consistent relationships with beings whose forms and thoughts remained static. When conflicts arose between the creator races, they were struggles that reshaped the world itself. The war of scales and stone, fought between dragon lords and giant kingdoms over control of the world's most magically rich mountain ranges, lasted for over 1,000 years, and left entire continents uninhabitable. The Serpent's Rebellion, when Sarok empires attempted to transform all other intelligent life into variations of their own species, resulted in magical catastrophes that created permanent zones of wild magic, where reality itself remained unstable. These conflicts were not merely political or territorial disputes, but clashes between fundamentally different visions of what the world should become. Dragons sought a reality where individual will and magical might were the only laws that mattered. Giants dreamed of a perfectly ordered cosmos, where every mountain and valley served a purpose in some grand design. Saruk envisioned a fluid universe where all life could be perfected through constant transformation and adaptation. The inability of these three visions to coexist peacefully ensured that the age of creator races would be marked by constant upheaval and change. Alliances would form and dissolve as circumstances changed, with former enemies becoming temporary allies against new threats before inevitably turning on each other once again. The smaller races that emerged during this period learned to navigate these shifting allegiances carefully, understanding that survival often depended on correctly anticipating which way the winds of war would blow. Yet for all their conflicts, the creator races also established patterns and precedents that would influence every civilization that followed. The dragons' emphasis on individual achievement and the accumulation of personal power would echo through countless human kingdoms and elven courts. The giants' dedication to grand public works and lasting monuments would inspire architects and engineers for millennia to come. The Sarok's understanding of transformation and adaptation would provide the foundation for schools of magic and philosophy that persist to this day. The magical innovations developed during the Days of Thunder established principles that would remain fundamental to the practice of arcane arts throughout recorded history. Dragons perfected the art of channeling raw magical energy through physical form, creating the foundation for what would later become the practice of sorcery. Giants developed the precise rituals and formulaic approaches that would evolve into formal wizardry. Saruk mastered the manipulation of life force itself, creating techniques that would eventually give rise to both healing magic and necromancy. Perhaps most importantly, the creator races established the fundamental truth that power without wisdom inevitably leads to destruction. Each of the three great races possessed capabilities that could have allowed them to dominate the world completely, but their inability to use that power wisely ensured that they would ultimately be supplanted by smaller, weaker, but more adaptable successors. The dragons' fierce individualism made them incapable of the cooperation necessary to maintain a stable civilization. No matter how mighty a dragon lord might be, they could never truly trust their peers, and their kingdoms inevitably fractured under the weight of internal competition and betrayal. The giants' dedication to hierarchy and tradition made them slow to adapt when circumstances changed, leaving them vulnerable to more flexible opponents. The Sarok's constant transformation made them unable to maintain the stable institutions necessary for lasting civilization. As the eons passed, each of the creator races began to face challenges that their traditional approaches could not overcome. Dragons found that their individual might, however impressive, could not stand against the coordinated efforts of numerous smaller beings. Giants discovered that their greatest works could be undermined by subtle magics, wielded by creatures they considered beneath their notice. Saruk learned that infinite adaptability could become a weakness when it prevented them from developing the focused specializations necessary to meet specific threats. The decline of the creator races was not a sudden collapse, but a gradual erosion of their dominance, as new forms of intelligent life emerged that were better suited to the world's changing circumstances. These newcomers were individually weaker than their predecessors, but they possessed advantages that would ultimately prove decisive: the ability to cooperate across racial boundaries, the flexibility to adapt their strategies to new situations, and the wisdom to learn from the mistakes of those who had come before them. The legacy of the Days of Thunder can still be seen throughout the modern world. The great works of the giants remain as ruins that inspire awe and wonder in those who discover them. The magical innovations of the dragons continue to influence the practice of sorcery and the understanding of elemental forces. The biological insights of the Sarok provide the foundation for transformation magic and the breeding of magical creatures. But perhaps the most important legacy of the creator races is the lesson they taught about the nature of power itself. Their example demonstrates that might alone is not sufficient to create lasting civilization, that true greatness requires not just the ability to impose one's will, but the wisdom to understand when restraint serves better than force. They showed that the greatest threat to any civilization comes not from external enemies, but from the internal contradictions and flaws that power tends to magnify rather than resolve. As we close this chronicle of the Days of Thunder, we see how the first great wielders of magical might established patterns that would echo through every age that followed. Their triumphs and failures alike would serve as guideposts for the countless civilizations that would rise and fall in their wake, each seeking to harness the tremendous forces they had first learned to command, while avoiding the tragic flaws that had ultimately brought them low. In their thunder, we hear the eternal drumbeat of ambition and its consequences, the endless cycle of creation and destruction that defines the mortal condition. Chapter 3. The Crown Wars. Pride, they say, goeth before the fall, but rarely has this ancient wisdom been demonstrated with such terrible clarity as in the rise and ruin of the elven realms. In the aftermath of the creator race's decline, when dragons had retreated to distant lairs and giants had withdrawn to their mountain fastnesses, a new power emerged to claim dominion over the forests and meadows of Faerun. The elves, those children of starlight and shadow, built civilizations of such ethereal beauty and magical sophistication that they seemed destined to endure until the end of time itself. Yet within their very perfection lay the seeds of their own destruction, for they carried within their immortal hearts a capacity for hatred that would burn for millennia and ultimately tear their greatest achievements asunder. The elves who emerged in the wake of the creator races were beings of sublime grace and terrible power, shaped by their connection to the Feywild, and blessed with lifespans that allowed them to accumulate knowledge and skill beyond mortal comprehension. They were not a single people but a collection of related tribes and clans, each adapted to different environments, and possessed of their own unique gifts and traditions. Some dwelt in the deep forests, becoming one with the ancient trees and learning to speak with the spirits of nature itself. Others claimed the high mountains, building crystal spires that caught the light of stars and channeled it into forms of magic unknown to lesser races. In those early days, the various elven peoples lived in relative harmony, their differences seen as complementary rather than divisive. The forest dwellers provided magical wood and herbs, while the mountain clans offered crystals and metals imbued with starlight. The sea elves shared the treasures of the deep, and the desert nomads brought gems that had absorbed the power of sun and sand. Their trade networks spanned continents, creating bonds of mutual dependence that seemed to guarantee eternal peace among the children of the stars. But peace, however beautiful, was not destined to last. As elven populations grew, and their magical abilities developed, competition began to emerge between the various realms. What started as friendly rivalry over artistic achievement and magical innovation gradually transformed into something darker and more dangerous. The very immortality that should have granted the elves wisdom and patience instead bred arrogance and inflexibility, as ancient grudges were nursed across centuries and minor slights accumulated into burning hatred. The first of the Crown Wars began not with a declaration of battle or a disputed throne, but with a question of magical philosophy that should have remained an academic debate. The scholars of Aravandarar, the greatest of the northern elven realms, had developed new theories about the nature of magic and its relationship to elven bloodlines. They argued that magical power was not merely a gift to be cultivated, but a divine inheritance that proved the superiority of elven blood over all other forms of life. More controversially still, they claimed that some elven bloodlines were purer than others, carrying within them greater concentrations of the primordial magic that had shaped their race. These theories might have remained mere academic curiosities, debated in the towers of learned mages and forgotten within a few centuries, had they not found fertile ground in the ambitious heart of Ivosar Vishan, the coronal of Aravandar. Here was an elf of tremendous charisma and magical power, blessed with a silver tongue that could make the most outrageous propositions seem like simple common sense. He took the scholarly theories of his court wizards and transformed them into a political program that would reshape the elven world. According to Ivosar's interpretation, the various elven subraces were not equal children of the same divine heritage, but representatives of a hierarchy based on the purity of their magical bloodlines. The Gold Elves, he claimed, represented the pinnacle of elven evolution, possessing the greatest concentration of the starlight that had originally shaped their race. Other elven peoples were ranked according to their supposed degree of magical purity, with those who had adapted to specific environments being seen as somehow diminished by their specialization. This philosophy of elven supremacy might have remained a northern eccentricity, had Ivosar been content to preach it only within his own borders. But ambition, once kindled in an immortal heart, burns with a flame that can never be fully extinguished. The coronal of Aravandar began to see himself not merely as the ruler of one realm among many, but as the destined emperor of all elvenkind, the one chosen to unite the scattered children of the stars under a single crown that would establish their rightful dominion over the world. The southern realms, particularly the great forest kingdom of Myratar, reacted with horror to these claims. They had built their civilization on principles of harmony with nature and cooperation between different peoples, elven and otherwise. Their rulers and sages could see where Aravandar's philosophy would lead, to endless war and the subjugation of all who were deemed impure or inferior. They began to organize resistance, reaching out to other elven realms, and even to the emerging human tribes to build a coalition that could stand against the growing threat from the north. For nearly 1,000 years, the tension between these opposing philosophies simmered without breaking into open warfare. Diplomatic missions traveled between the great elven courts, carrying proposals for compromise and accommodation that might have prevented the catastrophe to come. Trade continued between the realms, albeit with increasing restrictions and suspicions. Marriages between noble houses of different regions became rarer, as bloodline purity became an obsession in some quarters, and a source of disgust in others. The spark that finally ignited the conflagration came from an unexpected source, a dispute over the treatment of a group of human refugees who had fled some forgotten catastrophe and sought shelter in elven lands. Myratar granted them sanctuary and offered to help them establish a new settlement, seeing in their plight an opportunity to demonstrate the compassion and wisdom that should guide all civilized peoples. Aravandar demanded that the humans be turned away, claiming that allowing lesser races to settle in elven territory would contaminate the magical purity of the land itself. When Myratar refused to abandon the refugees, Ivosar declared that the southern realm had proven its unfitness to rule itself. In a speech that would echo through the ages, he proclaimed that it was the sacred duty of the pure-blooded elves to impose order on their corrupted kin, to save elvenkind from the degradation that would inevitably result from mingling with inferior peoples. The Crown Wars had begun. The first battles were fought with weapons of silver and steel, enchanted arrows that could pierce any armor and swords that sang with the power of captured starlight. But as the war progressed and casualties mounted on both sides, the conflict took on increasingly magical dimensions. Wizards of both factions began to experiment with battle magic on a scale not seen since the days of the creator races, developing spells that could devastate entire armies or transform the landscape itself into a weapon. The forests of Myratar, which had stood for tens of thousands of years as monuments to the harmony between elf and nature, became battlefields where ancient trees burned with magical fire that could not be extinguished by any natural means. Rivers ran red, not just with blood, but with alchemical compounds that poisoned the land for generations. Mountains were split open to deny their mineral wealth to the enemy, and valleys were flooded with enchanted waters that would drown any army foolish enough to attempt a crossing. As the war dragged on, both sides began to recruit allies from among the other peoples of Faerun. Erivandar made overtures to dragons and giants, promising them vast territories if they would lend their power to the cause of elven supremacy. Maiaritar sought aid from the emerging human kingdoms and even from some of the stranger races that dwelt in the deep places of the world. The Crown Wars ceased to be a purely elven conflict and became a continent-spanning struggle that would determine the future of all intelligent life in Faerun. The turning point came when a faction within Erivandar's own nobility began to question the increasingly extreme measures being employed in pursuit of victory. These dissidents, led by a group of powerful mages who called themselves the Seldarene's Chosen, argued that the war had already accomplished its opposite of what it claimed to seek. Instead of purifying elven civilization, it was corrupting it beyond recognition. They pointed to the growing use of necromancy and demonic summoning as evidence that Erivandar had lost its way entirely. The split within Erivandar's ranks might have led to a negotiated peace, but fate had other plans. A cabal of the most radical supremacists, led by Ivosar's own grandson, decided that if conventional warfare could not achieve their goals, then they would resort to methods that would ensure total victory regardless of the cost. Working in secret, they began to experiment with forms of magic that had been forbidden since the earliest days of elven civilization. The exact nature of their experiments remained hidden for centuries, but their results became horrifyingly apparent when they unleashed their ultimate weapon against the forest realm of Maiaritar. Using a combination of elemental fire magic and demonic summoning that required the sacrifice of hundreds of their own soldiers, they created a conflagration that consumed the entire kingdom in a matter of days. The magical fires did not merely burn the trees and buildings, they consumed the very essence of the land itself, transforming fertile forests into the wasteland that would come to be known as the High Moor. The destruction of Maiaritar shocked even those who had supported Erivandar's cause. The complete annihilation of an entire elven realm, along with countless works of art and magic that could never be replaced, demonstrated that the pursuit of supremacy had led to the destruction of the very things that made elven civilization worth preserving in the first place. Many of Erivandar's allies abandoned the cause, while others began to actively work against their former friends. But the greatest shock was yet to come. In the aftermath of Maiaritar's destruction, a group of elven nobles who had been among the most fervent supporters of the supremacist cause suddenly vanished from their ancestral homes. At first, it was assumed that they had fled in shame at the horror they had helped to create. But the truth was far more disturbing. They had been recruited by Lolth, the demon lord of spiders, who had been watching the Crown Wars with growing interest. Lolth had seen in the supremacist philosophy of Erivandar a tool that could be turned to her own purposes: the corruption of noble hearts, the transformation of love into hatred, the pursuit of power at any cost. These were themes that resonated deeply with her own nature. Working through dreams and visions, she had gradually seduced the most ambitious and ruthless of the elven nobles, offering them power beyond their wildest dreams in exchange for their willing service. The elves who accepted Lolth's bargain were transformed in ways that went far beyond the physical. Their skin darkened to the color of midnight, their hair became white as snow, and their eyes took on a red gleam that spoke of inner corruption. But these changes were merely outward signs of a far more fundamental transformation. They had become creatures of malice and cruelty, beings who found joy only in the suffering of others, and who saw treachery as the highest form of art. These transformed elves, who would come to be known as the Drow, initially attempted to continue the war using their new powers and the demonic allies that Lolth provided, but their appearance and obvious corruption made it impossible for them to maintain their positions within elven society. They were cast out by their former allies and hunted by their former enemies, becoming pariahs who could find refuge only in the deepest places of the earth. The exile of the Drow marked the effective end of the Crown Wars, though scattered fighting would continue for several more centuries. The great elven realms that had once dominated Faerun were broken and scattered, their populations decimated by centuries of warfare, and their magical traditions disrupted by the loss of so many ancient centers of learning. The surviving elves retreated to hidden enclaves and isolated forests, no longer able or willing to claim dominion over the continent. In the depths of the Underdark, the exiled drow established new societies based on the principles that Lolth had taught them. These were not the harmonious communities that had characterized elven civilization at its height, but hierarchical tyrannies where power was maintained through treachery and fear. Female priestesses of Lolth ruled over male warriors and wizards, creating a matriarchal society that inverted many of the traditional values of surface elven culture. The drow cities that grew in the depths were marvels of dark engineering, carved from solid rock and illuminated by phosphorescent fungi and captured starlight. But for all their architectural magnificence, they were places of constant danger and uncertainty, where assassination was a common form of political discourse, and where showing mercy was seen as a sign of weakness that would inevitably lead to one's own destruction. The surface elves who survived the Crown Wars were left to contemplate the ruins of their once great civilization, and to ponder the lessons that could be learned from their catastrophic failure. Some concluded that the pursuit of purity and supremacy was inherently corrupting, leading inevitably to the very degradation it claimed to prevent. Others argued that the real mistake had been in allowing different elven subraces to develop in isolation, creating the conditions for the misunderstandings and prejudices that had made war possible. But perhaps the most profound impact of the Crown Wars was the realization that immortality was not necessarily a blessing. The long lives that had once been seen as proof of elven superiority had also made possible the accumulation of grudges and hatreds that shorter-lived races would have been forced to forget or forgive. The very permanence that the elves had sought to impose on the world had become a source of stagnation and conflict. The human kingdoms that had watched the Crown Wars from the margins learned their own lessons from the elven catastrophe. They saw how the pursuit of racial purity and cultural supremacy could destroy even the most advanced civilization, and many made conscious efforts to build societies that could accommodate diversity rather than seeking to eliminate it. They also learned to distrust claims of inherent superiority, recognizing that power without wisdom was a path to ruin regardless of the race or culture that wielded it. The magical innovations developed during the Crown Wars had lasting impacts that extended far beyond the elven realms. The battle magic that had been created for the conflict found new applications in both peaceful and warlike pursuits. The protective enchantments developed to shield armies from enemy spells became the foundation for the wards that guarded cities and treasuries. The communication magics that had allowed commanders to coordinate forces across vast distances evolved into the sending spells that connected scholars and merchants across continents. Perhaps most significantly, the Crown Wars established patterns of conflict that would be repeated throughout Faerun's history. The idea that racial or cultural superiority justified conquest and subjugation would surface again and again in various forms, each time bringing with it the promise of glory and the reality of destruction. The cycle of pride leading to overreach, overreach leading to war, and war leading to ruin became a recurring theme in the continent's development. The ruins left behind by the Crown Wars became object lessons for future generations, reminders of the price of unchecked ambition and the dangers of pursuing purity at the expense of wisdom. Travelers could walk through the blasted wasteland that had once been Myratar and see the charred stumps of trees that had been ancient when the world was young. They could explore the abandoned cities of Arivandar and marvel at the beauty that had been sacrificed on the altar of supremacist ideology. In the end, the Crown Wars demonstrated that even the most advanced and sophisticated civilizations were not immune to the fundamental flaws that plagued all forms of sentient life. The elves, for all their magical power and extended lifespans, proved to be just as susceptible to pride, hatred, and the corruption of power as any other race. Their fall served as a warning that greatness achieved through the subjugation of others was ultimately hollow, while greatness built on cooperation and mutual respect could endure even the most terrible trials. As we close this chronicle of elven pride and ruin, we are reminded that the greatest enemies of any civilization are not external threats but internal contradictions, the tendency to mistake power for wisdom, uniformity for strength, and supremacy for greatness. The Crown Wars echo through history not as a tale of inevitable tragedy, but as a warning that even the noblest of peoples can fall prey to the darkest of impulses when they allow fear and pride to overcome compassion and wisdom. In their beauty and their horror alike, they serve as mirrors in which we can see reflected both our highest aspirations and our deepest fears about what we might become if we lose sight of the values that make civilization worth preserving. Chapter 4. The Age of Humanity. From the ashes of fallen empires, new life inevitably emerges, and where the mighty have stumbled, the humble often find their footing on firmer ground. In the wake of the creator race's withdrawal and the elven realm's self-destruction, a new power began to stir across the scarred landscape of Faerun. Humanity, those brief-lived children of ambition and adaptation, rose from scattered tribes to claim dominion over a world that had known only the rule of ancient and immortal powers. Yet in their very mortality lay both their greatest strength and their most dangerous weakness, for they possessed an urgency of purpose that could achieve in decades what longer-lived races had failed to accomplish in millennia, but also a restless hunger for power that would drive them to heights of magical achievement that would ultimately prove their undoing. The humans who emerged from the shadows of the Crown Wars were not the primitive savages that elven chroniclers had often portrayed them to be, but sophisticated peoples who had learned much from observing the triumphs and failures of their predecessors. They had watched the dragons fall to their own prideful isolation, seen the giants grow rigid in their adherence to ancient ways, witnessed the Saruch lose themselves in endless transformation, and observed the elves tear themselves apart through the pursuit of impossible purity. From these examples, they distilled hard-won wisdom about the nature of power and the price of hubris. Unlike the races that had come before them, humans possessed a unique capacity for adaptation that went beyond mere physical or magical transformation. They could adopt the best innovations of other cultures while discarding the traditions that had led to stagnation or conflict. From the dragons, they learned to harness individual ambition as a driving force for achievement. From the giants, they took the knowledge of how to build lasting institutions and monuments. From the Saruch, they gained insight into the manipulation of life and magic. From the elves, they absorbed sophisticated techniques of arcane scholarship while rejecting the supremacist ideologies that had led to war. The early human kingdoms were small and scattered, often encompassing no more than a single river valley or coastal plain, but their very fragmentation became a source of strength, as different communities developed along different paths and could learn from each other's successes and failures. Where the elven realms had sought uniformity, and the giant kingdoms had imposed rigid hierarchies, human societies experimented with diverse forms of government, religion, and social organization. Some human tribes embraced the warrior traditions that had allowed them to survive in a world dominated by more powerful beings, developing martial cultures that prized courage and honor above all else. Others turned to trade and diplomacy, building networks of commerce and alliance that could accomplish through cooperation what no single kingdom could achieve through force. Still others focused on scholarship and magical research, seeking to unlock the secrets that previous civilizations had discovered and lost. But it was in the northern reaches of Faerun, in the land that would come to be known as Netheril, that humanity would achieve its greatest triumph and face its most catastrophic failure. Here, a confederation of human tribes had established themselves along the shores of a great inland sea, building their settlements on the foundations of ancient giant ruins and drawing magical power from the ley lines that the creator races had established in ages past. The Netherese differed from other human peoples in their attitude toward magic itself. Where most early human societies had viewed arcane power with a mixture of awe and fear, treating it as a dangerous force to be approached with caution and reverence, the Netherese saw it as a tool to be mastered and exploited. They established schools and academies where the study of magic was pursued with systematic rigor, creating the first truly scientific approach to understanding the fundamental forces that shaped reality. This methodical approach to magical research yielded remarkable results. Within a few centuries, Netherese wizards had not only matched the achievements of elven archmages, but had begun to surpass them in certain specialized areas. They developed new forms of enchantment that could preserve food indefinitely, create water from thin air, and transmute base metals into gold. They learned to construct magical items that could function for centuries without maintenance, and they pioneered techniques for storing vast amounts of magical energy in crystalline matrices. The true breakthrough came when Netherese researchers discovered a collection of ancient scrolls hidden within the ruins of a Sarek city. These documents, written in a script so old that it predated even the earliest elven records, contained fragments of what appeared to be original magical theory from the dawn of creation itself. The scrolls, which came to be known as the Nether Scrolls, described fundamental principles of magic that no living being had understood for millions of years. The knowledge contained within the Nether Scrolls revolutionized every aspect of magical theory and practice. The scrolls revealed that magic was not merely a force to be channeled or controlled, but a fundamental aspect of reality itself, woven into the very structure of existence at the most basic level. They described techniques for manipulating magical energy with a precision and efficiency that made traditional spellcasting seem crude and wasteful by comparison. Most significantly, the scrolls contained instructions for creating what they termed mythalar, massive crystals that could tap directly into the fundamental magical forces that permeated the multiverse. These devices could generate virtually unlimited amounts of magical energy, far more than any individual wizard could channel through traditional means. With a mythalar at the heart of their civilization, the Netherese found themselves capable of feats that had been impossible for previous generations. The first great work of the mythalar-enhanced Netherese was the creation of floating cities, massive urban centers that soared through the skies like artificial mountains. These aerial metropolises were not merely technological marvels, but expressions of a completely new relationship between humanity and the world around them. No longer bound to the surface of the earth, the Netherese could claim territories in the clouds themselves, establishing a three-dimensional empire that spanned from mountain peaks to the edges of the atmosphere. The floating cities of Netheril were wonders that defied every previous conception of what was architecturally possible. Each city was built around a central mythalar, whose power not only kept the massive structure aloft, but also provided energy for every conceivable magical convenience. Streets were illuminated by captured starlight, buildings maintained themselves through autonomous magical systems, and the very air was kept fresh and comfortable regardless of altitude or weather conditions. The largest and most magnificent of these aerial cities was Carus Enclave, a floating metropolis that served as both the political capital of Netheril and the ultimate expression of human magical achievement. The city stretched for miles across the sky, its towers and spires reaching both upward toward the heavens and downward toward the earth below. At its heart stood the Great Academy, a complex of interconnected buildings where the most brilliant minds of the age worked to push the boundaries of magical knowledge ever further. Life in the floating cities represented the pinnacle of magical civilization. Citizens enjoyed luxuries that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations. Food that never spoiled, clothes that cleaned and mended themselves, homes that responded to their occupants' needs without conscious direction. Transportation between cities was accomplished through networks of magical portals, allowing instant travel across vast distances. Communication was maintained through permanent enchantments that could carry messages across continents in the blink of an eye. But perhaps the most remarkable achievement of Netherese civilization was the development of what they called epic magic, spells of such scope and complexity that they could reshape entire regions or alter fundamental aspects of reality itself. These workings required teams of dozens or even hundreds of wizards working in perfect coordination, channeling power through mythalars that could amplify their collective efforts beyond all previous limits. Epic magic allowed the Netherese to accomplish feats that bordered on the divine. They could create new mountain ranges, or level existing ones, redirect the courses of major rivers, change the climate of entire regions, and even manipulate the flow of time itself within limited areas. Built vast magical infrastructure projects that transformed the landscape, creating networks of teleportation circles that connected every major settlement and establishing permanent weather control systems that ensured optimal conditions for agriculture throughout their territories. The abundance of magical power available to Netherese society began to transform not just their physical environment, but their culture and values as well. With Mythalers providing virtually unlimited energy, traditional concerns about resource scarcity became largely irrelevant. Food could be created from raw magical force, materials could be transmuted at will, and space itself could be expanded or compressed according to need. The practical limitations that had constrained previous civilizations simply ceased to exist. This freedom from material constraints allowed Netherese culture to flourish in unprecedented ways. Artists could work with media that existed nowhere else in the world, creating sculptures from crystallized light and paintings that changed according to the viewer's emotional state. Musicians composed symphonies that could only be heard by beings with magically enhanced hearing, while poets wrote verses in languages that had to be invented anew for each work, because existing vocabularies were insufficient to express their visions. The pursuit of knowledge for its own sake became not just acceptable but actively encouraged, as scholars could dedicate their entire lives to understanding obscure phenomena without worrying about practical applications or economic viability. Great libraries were established that contained not just books and scrolls, but entire pocket dimensions filled with preserved magical experiences and crystallized memories. The accumulated wisdom of Netheril grew at an exponential rate as each generation built upon the achievements of those who had come before. Yet, beneath this glittering facade of achievement and prosperity, darker currents were beginning to flow. The very ease with which Netherese society could accomplish seemingly impossible tasks began to breed a dangerous complacency. When any problem could be solved through the application of sufficient magical power, the incentive to develop wisdom, patience, or humility began to disappear. The Netherese began to believe that there were no limits to what they could achieve, no challenges that could not be overcome through the proper application of arcane force. This growing arrogance was most evident among the greatest of the Netherese archmages, the elite wizards who had mastered the most advanced techniques of epic magic. These individuals wielded power that rivaled the gods themselves, capable of reshaping reality with a gesture and commanding forces that could destroy entire kingdoms. They began to see themselves not as servants of their civilization, but as its natural rulers, beings so far elevated above ordinary humanity that normal moral and ethical constraints no longer applied to them. The most brilliant and ambitious of these archmages was Carus, the young prodigy for whom the greatest of the floating cities had been named. Even by Netherese standards, his magical abilities were extraordinary, and by the age of 40, he had already surpassed masters who had spent centuries perfecting their art. He possessed an intuitive understanding of magical theory that allowed him to develop new spells and techniques with seemingly effortless ease, and his research into the fundamental nature of magic had yielded insights that even the authors of the Nether Scrolls had not achieved. But Carus was not content merely to be the greatest wizard of his age. He aspired to become something more than human entirely. He had studied the nature of divinity itself, analyzing the magical and spiritual forces that elevated certain beings to godhood and maintained their power over their respective domains. He became convinced that the gap between archmage and deity was not an unbridgeable chasm, but merely another challenge to be overcome through the application of sufficient knowledge and power. The hubris that would ultimately doom Netheril found its perfect expression in Carus's growing obsession with ascending to divine status. He believed that by becoming a god himself, he could ensure that Netherese civilization would endure forever, protected by divine power from any possible threat. The very mortality that had driven humanity to such remarkable achievements was now seen as a flaw to be corrected, a limitation to be transcended through the ultimate application of magical force. As Carus began his research into the nature of divine ascension, other Netherese archmages pursued their own ambitious projects. Some sought to create entirely new forms of life, building upon the biological insights left behind by the Sarach to fashion creatures that had never existed in nature. Others worked to establish permanent magical effects that would endure long after their creators had passed away, attempting to achieve a form of immortality through their works if not through their persons. The accumulated effect of these various projects was to push Netherese magic ever closer to the fundamental limits of what reality could sustain. The mythalars that powered their civilization drew their energy from the same source that maintained the structure of the magical multiverse itself, and the increasingly ambitious spells being developed by Netherese archmages began to strain the very foundations of existence. Warning signs of impending catastrophe appeared with increasing frequency as Netheril reached the height of its power. Magical experiments began to produce unexpected and dangerous side effects, as spells that should have worked according to established theory instead triggered chaotic surges of uncontrolled energy. The mythalars themselves began to exhibit signs of instability, their crystalline matrices developing hairline fractures that spoke of stresses beyond their design limits. But the Netherese, intoxicated by their own success and convinced of their ability to solve any problem through the application of greater magical force, ignored these warning signs. They had become prisoners of their own achievement, so accustomed to the idea that magic could overcome any obstacle that they could not conceive of a challenge that might prove beyond their capabilities. The very success that had elevated them above all previous civilizations had blinded them to the possibility of failure. The stage was set for a catastrophe that would not merely end Netherese civilization, but fundamentally alter the nature of magic itself throughout the world. The greatest achievement in human history was about to become its most spectacular failure, a cautionary tale about the dangers of unlimited power wielded without corresponding wisdom. The age of humanity was approaching its climax, and with it would come a reckoning that would echo through all the ages to follow. In the end, the story of Netheril's rise represents both the greatest triumph and the most profound tragedy of human ambition. Here was a civilization that had solved virtually every practical problem that had ever faced intelligent life, creating a society of abundance and wonder that seemed to prove that there were no limits to what could be achieved through knowledge and determination. Yet, in their very success, lay the seeds of their destruction, for they had forgotten the fundamental truth that power without wisdom is not a blessing but a curse. The legacy of the age of humanity would not be measured merely in the ruins of floating cities or the echoes of shattered dreams, but in the eternal reminder that greatness must always be tempered by humility, that achievement must be balanced by understanding, and that the greatest victory of all is not the conquest of external obstacles, but the mastery of the darkness that lies within the human heart itself. Chapter 5. Carus's Folly. There are moments in history when a single choice made by a single individual reshapes the destiny of entire worlds, and never has this truth been demonstrated with such catastrophic clarity as in the final days of Netheril's glory. The greatest civilization that humanity had ever achieved stood at the pinnacle of magical power, its floating cities gleaming like jewels against the azure sky, its archmages wielding forces that could rival the gods themselves. Yet in the heart of one brilliant, ambitious man burned a desire so consuming, a hubris so absolute, that it would bring all of this wonder crashing down in a single moment of unimaginable folly. This is the story of how paradise was lost, not through external conquest or gradual decay, but through the fatal flaw that lies at the core of all mortal ambition, the belief that there are no limits to what power can achieve when wielded by a sufficiently determined will. Carus had always been exceptional, even by the extraordinary standards of Netherese society. Born in the floating city that bore his family's name, he had demonstrated an intuitive understanding of magic that surpassed his teachers before he had reached his 20th year. By 30, he had developed entirely new schools of magical theory that revolutionized the practice of epic spellcasting. By 40, he had become the youngest archmage in Netherese history, commanding respect and admiration from wizards who had spent centuries perfecting their craft. But for all his achievements, Carus remained tormented by the fundamental limitations of mortal existence. He had mastered every form of magic known to his civilization, had pushed the boundaries of arcane knowledge further than any who had come before him, yet he remained bound by the inexorable approach of death. His human lifespan, even extended through magical means, would eventually come to an end, and with it would die all of his accumulated wisdom and power. This prospect filled him with a rage that bordered on madness, for he could not accept that his brilliant mind should be subject to the same fate as the humblest peasant. The idea of ascending to divinity had first occurred to Carus during his study of the Nether Scrolls, those ancient documents that had unlocked so many of Netherrealm's magical achievements. Hidden within their arcane formulas and theoretical discussions were tantalizing hints about the nature of divine power itself. The scrolls spoke of gods not as ineffable beings beyond mortal understanding, but as entities that had achieved their status through the mastery of fundamental forces that were, in principle, accessible to any sufficiently advanced magical practitioner. This revelation became an obsession that consumed every aspect of Carus's existence. He withdrew from the social obligations and political responsibilities that came with his status as an archmage, dedicating himself entirely to the study of divine essence and the mechanisms by which mortal beings might transcend their limitations. He established a secret laboratory beneath his floating city, a vast complex of chambers and workshops where he could pursue his research without interference from those who might question the wisdom of his endeavors. The theoretical foundation for Carus's great work was elegant in its simplicity. The gods derived their power from the worship and belief of mortal beings, but they also maintained their existence through their connection to fundamental aspects of reality itself. Each deity served as a living embodiment of certain natural forces or abstract concepts, channeling and regulating the cosmic energies associated with their divine portfolio. If a mortal being could somehow sever a god's connection to these forces and claim them for himself, he would effectively usurp the deity's position and inherit all of their divine power. The challenge lay in identifying a suitable target for such an unprecedented magical working. Most gods were too well established and too powerful to be displaced by any conceivable mortal spell. Their divine essence was so deeply intertwined with the fundamental structure of reality that any attempt to sever their connections would likely result in catastrophic damage to the cosmos itself. But Carus believed he had identified the perfect candidate for his great experiment: Mistral, the goddess of magic itself. Mistral occupied a unique position in the divine hierarchy, for she was not merely a deity who used magic, but the living embodiment of magical force throughout the multiverse. Every spell cast by every wizard drew upon her divine essence. Every magical item functioned through her power, and every mythalar that kept the Netherese cities aloft was ultimately sustained by her will. She was, in effect, the source and foundation of everything that made Netherese civilization possible. This connection between Mistral and the magical infrastructure of Netherrealm was precisely what made her seem like the ideal target for Carus's ascending spell. If he could successfully claim her divine portfolio, he would not merely become a god, he would become the god of magic, wielding absolute authority over the forces that his civilization had spent centuries learning to manipulate. With such power at his disposal, he could ensure that Netherrealm would endure forever, protected by divine will from any possible threat. The spell that Carus developed to accomplish this feat was the most complex magical working ever conceived by mortal mind. Drawing upon every technique of epic magic that Netherese wizards had developed, incorporating elements from theoretical frameworks that existed only in the most advanced sections of the Nether Scrolls, the incantation required months of preparation and the coordination of magical energies on a scale that had never before been attempted. The mythalar at the heart of Carus' enclave was reconfigured to serve as the focal point for the spell. its crystalline matrix rewoven to channel and amplify forces that no such device had ever been designed to handle. Additional power sources were established throughout the city, drawing energy from ley lines that stretched across half the continent. The very air around the floating metropolis began to shimmer with barely contained magical force as the preparations for the great working neared completion. Carus spent the final weeks before his attempt in deep meditation, aligning his consciousness with the cosmic forces he intended to manipulate. He had studied the nature of divine ascension from every possible angle, had accounted for every variable he could imagine, had prepared contingencies for every conceivable failure mode. In his mind, success was not merely possible but inevitable. He had solved the ultimate puzzle of existence itself, and nothing remained but to implement his solution. The day chosen for the great working was the height of summer, when the magical energies that flowed through the world reached their annual peak. As dawn broke over the floating cities of Torell, Carus began the final preparations for his ascension. He donned robes woven from crystallized starlight, adorned himself with amulets containing fragments of pure magical force, and positioned himself at the exact center of the reconfigured Mathalar chamber. The incantation itself required 7 hours to complete, each syllable precisely articulated according to formulas that existed at the very edge of mortal comprehension. As Carus spoke the ancient words of power, reality itself began to respond to his will. The air around him crackled with energies that had never before been channeled through mortal form, while the Mathalar pulsed with light so intense that it could be seen from neighboring cities hundreds of miles away. For the first 6 hours, everything proceeded exactly as Carus had calculated. The spell built upon itself in layers of increasing complexity, each phase of the incantation adding new dimensions to the magical matrix that would eventually allow him to claim Mistral's divine essence. The power flowing through his body was intoxicating beyond description, filling him with a sense of capability and purpose that transcended every previous experience of his existence. But as the 7th hour began and the spell approached its climax, Carus began to realize that his calculations, however brilliant, had failed to account for one crucial factor. Mistral was not merely a goddess who happened to oversee magical forces. She was the living embodiment of magic itself, the fundamental principle that allowed such forces to exist in any coherent form. To sever her connection to her divine portfolio was not simply to steal her power, but to temporarily destroy the very concept of magic throughout the multiverse. The moment that Carus's spell reached its completion and successfully claimed Mistral's divine essence, every magical effect in existence simply ceased to function. The floating cities of Torell, held aloft by Mathalars that drew their power from the goddess's will, suddenly found themselves subject to the inexorable pull of gravity. Millions of people who had never known life on the surface of the earth plummeted toward the ground in structures that had never been designed to withstand such forces. Carus himself, his mortal form suddenly flooded with divine essence that no human consciousness could possibly contain, experienced a moment of perfect understanding that revealed the full magnitude of his error. He saw, with the clarity that comes only in the instant before complete catastrophe, that his ascension had not solved the problem of mortality, but had instead created a far greater problem that threatened the existence of magic itself throughout all reality. The divine consciousness that he had claimed was not a prize to be won, but a responsibility that required eternal vigilance and perfect wisdom. Mistral had not merely wielded magical power, but had served as the living regulator of forces so fundamental that their disruption could unravel the basic structure of existence itself. In claiming her position, Carus had assumed a burden that his mortal mind was utterly incapable of bearing. For a few agonizing moments, Carus struggled to maintain control over the cosmic forces that now flowed through his being. He could feel the magical infrastructure of reality beginning to collapse around him, could sense the growing chaos as spells failed, and magical items became inert throughout the world. Desperately, he tried to restore the systems that Mistral had maintained, but his mortal perspective could not encompass the infinite complexity of the task before him. Recognizing that his continued existence as a newly ascended deity would mean the permanent destruction of magic throughout the multiverse, Carus made the only choice that remained to him. In an act of supreme sacrifice that redeemed, in part, the hubris that had caused the catastrophe, he voluntarily relinquished the divine power he had claimed, allowing Mistral's essence to seek out a new vessel that could properly contain and direct it. The goddess's divine essence, freed from Carus's failing grasp, immediately began to reform itself around a new consciousness that would become known as Mistra. But the brief period of disruption had already caused irreparable damage to the magical fabric of reality. The mythalars that had powered Netherese civilization for over a millennium simply failed, their crystalline matrices cracking and crumbling as the fundamental forces they had been designed to channel ceased to flow in recognizable patterns. The fall of the floating cities was a spectacle of destruction that defied every attempt at description. Carus Enclave, the greatest of all the aerial metropolises, struck the earth with such tremendous force that it created a crater dozens of miles across. The impact sent shock waves rippling across the continent, triggering earthquakes and volcanic eruptions that could be felt as far away as the southern shores of Faerun. But the physical destruction was only the beginning of the catastrophe that would come to be known as Carus Folly. The magical energies released by the simultaneously failure of hundreds of mythalars interacted in chaotic and unpredictable ways, creating zones of wild magic where reality itself became unstable. Vast areas of the Netherese heartland were transformed into desert wasteland as the magical forces that had sustained their agricultural systems dissipated into nothingness. The survivors of the Great Fall found themselves scattered across a landscape that had been rendered almost unrecognizable by the magical catastrophe. The lush river valleys and fertile plains that had supported millions of people were now covered by shifting sands that would eventually become the Anarok Desert. The carefully maintained weather control systems that had ensured optimal growing conditions throughout the empire had failed completely, leaving the region subject to the harsh extremes of an unforgiving climate. Those Netherese who lived through the initial catastrophe faced challenges that their magical civilization had never prepared them to meet. Accustomed to lives of abundance made possible by virtually unlimited magical power, they suddenly found themselves in a world where the simplest necessities of existence required tremendous effort to obtain. Food could no longer be conjured from thin air, water could not be created through simple spells, and the teleportation networks that had connected their civilization had been permanently severed. Many of the floating cities had contained populations that had lived their entire lives in the sky, never setting foot on solid ground, and possessing no knowledge of how to survive in terrestrial environments. These aerial inhabitants were perhaps the most tragic victims of the catastrophe, for they were forced to adapt not merely to the loss of magical conveniences, but to an entirely different mode of existence for which they had no preparation whatsoever. The few archmages who survived the fall discovered that their carefully cultivated magical abilities had been fundamentally altered by the cosmic disruption that Carus had caused. Spells that had once been routine now required tremendous effort to cast, while the most advanced techniques of epic magic had become completely impossible. The mythalars that had amplified their power were now inert crystal formations, beautiful but utterly useless for any practical purpose. Some of the surviving Netherese attempted to rebuild their civilization using the magical knowledge they had retained, but these efforts were largely unsuccessful. The new goddess Mistra had implemented fundamental changes to the nature of magic itself, establishing limitations and restrictions that made many traditional Netherese techniques impossible to reproduce. What had once been the most advanced magical civilization in the world was reduced to struggling settlements, eking out a precarious existence in an increasingly hostile environment. Other survivors chose to abandon their homeland entirely, migrating to distant regions where they could start fresh without the constant reminder of their fallen glory. These refugees carried with them fragments of Netherese knowledge and culture, becoming the founders of new kingdoms and the ancestors of magical traditions that would persist for millennia to come. Their influence could be traced in the development of human civilizations across Faerun, as techniques and theories originally developed in the floating cities found new expression in terrestrial settings. The transformation of the Netherese heartland into the Anarok desert became a permanent monument to the dangers of unchecked magical ambition. The vast wasteland served as a warning to future generations about the price of hubris, a visible reminder that even the greatest achievements could be undone by a single moment of fatal overreach. Travelers who ventured into the desert could still find traces of the fallen civilization, fragments of crystalline architecture, partially buried ruins of once magnificent structures, and strange magical phenomena that defied explanation. But perhaps the most profound impact of Carsus's Folly was the fundamental change it brought to the nature of magic itself. The new goddess Mystra, having witnessed the catastrophic consequences of unlimited magical power, implemented restrictions and safeguards that would prevent any mortal being from ever again attempting such a dangerous feat. The most powerful forms of magic were either eliminated entirely or made accessible only to beings who had proven their wisdom and restraint. These changes affected not just human civilization, but every magical tradition throughout the world. Elven archmages found that their most ancient spells no longer functioned as intended, while draconic sorcery was subject to new limitations that had never existed in previous ages. The very relationship between mortal beings and magical power was fundamentally altered, establishing patterns that would define the practice of magic for all subsequent history. The legacy of Carus himself became a complex and contradictory phenomenon. In the immediate aftermath of the catastrophe, he was reviled as the greatest villain in human history, the arrogant fool whose hubris had destroyed the most magnificent civilization ever created. But as the centuries passed, and the full scope of his final sacrifice became better understood, some scholars began to view him in a more sympathetic light. They argued that Carus had ultimately redeemed himself through his willingness to give up divine power, rather than allow his continued existence to threaten the fundamental nature of reality. His voluntary relinquishment of godhood was seen as an act of supreme wisdom that demonstrated his essential nobility, despite the catastrophic error that had preceded it. These revisionist interpretations portrayed him not as a simple villain, but as a tragic figure whose greatest strength, his refusal to accept limitations, had also proved to be his fatal weakness. The story of Carsus's Folly became one of the most frequently told tales in human culture, serving as both a cautionary fable about the dangers of pride and a complex meditation on the nature of power itself. Generations of children grew up, hearing the story of the wizard who reached for godhood and brought down civilization in the process, learning from his example the importance of humility and the recognition that some boundaries should never be crossed. But the tale also inspired more positive interpretations, as some saw in Carsus's ambition a reflection of the human spirit's refusal to accept defeat or acknowledge impossible obstacles. His willingness to attempt what had never been tried before embodied the same drive for innovation and achievement that had originally elevated Netherese civilization to such remarkable heights. The tragedy lay not in his ambition itself, but in his failure to temper that ambition with wisdom and restraint. As we close this chronicle of humanity's greatest triumph and most catastrophic failure, we are confronted with the eternal questions that Carsus's story raises about the nature of progress and the price of achievement. His tale reminds us that the line between visionary brilliance and destructive folly is often thinner than we might wish to believe, and that the qualities that enable great accomplishments, ambition, determination, refusal to accept limitations, can also lead to great disasters when they are not balanced by wisdom and humility. The ruins of Netheril stand as eternal testimony to both the heights that mortal achievement can reach and the depths to which it can fall. In the shifting sands of Anarok, we see reflected our own dreams of transcendence and our own fears of overreach, our aspiration to become more than what we are, and our recognition that such aspirations carry with them the seeds of their own destruction. The story of Carsus's Folly is ultimately the story of every human endeavor writ large, a reminder that our greatest strengths and our greatest weaknesses are often the same qualities viewed from different perspectives. Chapter 6. The Shattered Kingdoms. From the ashes of greatness, the seeds of new ambition inevitably sprout. Yet rarely do they grow in the same soil, or reach toward the same sun as the mighty trees that once cast shadows across the world. In the centuries following the catastrophic fall of Netheril, as the magical storms subsided, and the dust of fallen cities settled into the desert sands of Anarok, a new generation of human kingdoms began to emerge across the scarred landscape of Faerun. Seth were not the unified empire of magical supremacy that had once dominated the continent, but a scattered collection of ambitious realms, each seeking to carve out its own destiny from the fragments of the old world, while learning painful lessons about the price of unchecked power and the value of sustainable governance. The survivors of Netheril's fall had scattered like seeds on the wind, carrying with them fragments of their lost civilization's knowledge and culture. Some fled to distant lands where they could start fresh, far from the haunting reminders of their former glory. Others remained near their ancestral homes, determined to rebuild what had been lost despite the harsh realities of their transformed world. Still others sought refuge in existing human settlements, bringing with them technologies and techniques that would gradually transform their adopted homes into something greater than they had been before. But the Netherese refugees were not the only force shaping the new political landscape of Faerun. In the wake of the magical catastrophe that had destroyed the floating cities, other human peoples who had long lived in the shadow of Netherese power began to assert themselves with newfound confidence. The collapse of the continent's dominant civilization had created a power vacuum that ambitious leaders throughout the region were eager to fill, each convinced that they could succeed where the mighty Netherese had failed. Among the most successful of these emerging powers was the kingdom that would come to be known as Cormyr, established in the fertile valleys west of the Dragonmere by a confederation of human tribes who had learned to balance magical innovation with practical governance. Founders of this realm, led by a visionary warrior king named Ferelthan Obarskir, understood that the Netherese had fallen not because they lacked power, but because they had failed to create institutions that could channel that power wisely and sustainably. The early Cormyrian approach to statecraft was revolutionary in its emphasis on written laws and established procedures rather than the whims of individual rulers. Where Netheril had been governed by the arbitrary decisions of powerful archmages, Cormyr developed a system of noble houses bound by sworn oaths of loyalty and service to the crown. This feudal structure provided stability and predictability in a world where magical catastrophes had demonstrated the dangers of concentrating too much power in the hands of too few individuals. The Obarskir dynasty that ruled Cormyr understood that their legitimacy depended not on magical might, but on their ability to provide security and prosperity for their subjects. They invested heavily in infrastructure projects that would benefit ordinary citizens, roads that connected distant settlements, bridges that spanned treacherous rivers, fortifications that could protect against both human enemies and the magical creatures that still roamed the wilderness. These practical achievements created bonds of loyalty between ruler and ruled that proved far more durable than the fear-based obedience that had characterized many previous kingdoms. Cormyr's approach to magic was particularly noteworthy in its restraint and regulation. Having witnessed the catastrophic consequences of unchecked magical experimentation, the Obarskir kings established strict controls over the practice of arcane arts within their borders. Wizards were required to register with royal authorities, powerful spells were subject to government oversight, and magical research that might pose risks to public safety was either forbidden entirely or conducted under careful supervision. This regulatory framework prevented the kind of dangerous innovations that had led to Netheril's downfall, while still allowing magical knowledge to contribute to the kingdom's prosperity. To the east of the growing Cormyrian realm, another power was taking shape along the shores of the Sea of Fallen Stars. The merchant princes of Sembia had built their influence not through conquest or magical supremacy, but through the patient accumulation of wealth and the careful cultivation of trade relationships. These pragmatic leaders understood that in a world where kingdoms could be destroyed overnight by magical catastrophe, the most reliable form of power was economic rather than military or arcane. The Sembian approach to politics was fundamentally different from the feudal hierarchies that characterized most human kingdoms. Rather than basing authority on bloodline or magical ability, they created a system where influence was determined by commercial success and financial acumen. The great merchant houses competed not on battlefields but in markets, seeking to outmaneuver their rivals through superior products, more efficient distribution networks, and better understanding of customer needs. This economic focus gave Sembia a unique resilience that military powers often lacked. When armies were defeated or magical catastrophes struck, trade routes could be rerouted and commercial relationships rebuilt. The Sembians became masters of adaptation, able to profit from changing circumstances that might devastate more rigid forms of governance. They learned to view political upheaval not as a threat to be resisted, but as an opportunity to be exploited, positioning themselves to benefit regardless of which kingdoms rose or fell around them. The Sembian merchant princes also pioneered new forms of diplomacy that relied on economic incentives rather than military threats. They discovered that they could often achieve their goals more effectively by making their enemies wealthy than by trying to destroy them. Trade agreements became powerful tools of statecraft, creating webs of mutual dependence that made warfare economically irrational for all parties involved. But not all of the post-Netheril kingdoms chose the paths of lawful governance or peaceful commerce. In the shadow of the Dragonspine Mountains, a darker power was taking shape under the leadership of ambitious warlords who had learned very different lessons from the fall of the flying cities. The fortress city of Gentle Keep became the heart of an organization that would come to be known as the Gentarim, a network of warriors, spies, and corrupt officials who sought to achieve dominance through fear, intimidation, and the ruthless application of both martial and magical power. The founders of Gentle Keep looked upon the ruins of Netheril and concluded not that magical power was inherently dangerous, but that the Netherese had simply failed to use that power ruthlessly enough. They believed that the floating cities had fallen because their rulers had become soft and complacent, too concerned with scholarly pursuits and artistic achievement to maintain the iron discipline necessary for lasting dominance. The Gentarim would not repeat these mistakes. They would build their power on a foundation of calculated brutality that would brook no challenge to their authority. The Black Network, as the Gentarim came to be known, operated according to principles that were the antithesis of Cormarian law or Sembian commerce. They believed that might made right, that the strong had not merely the power, but the duty to rule over the weak, and that mercy was a luxury that effective leaders could not afford. Their organization was structured as a hierarchy of fear, where advancement came through the elimination of rivals and loyalty was maintained through the constant threat of violent retribution. Yet for all their brutality, the Gentarim possessed a sophisticated understanding of how to acquire and maintain power in the fractured political landscape of post-Netheril Faerun. They recognized that direct military conquest was often less effective than subtle infiltration and corruption. Rather than simply destroying their enemies, they preferred to suborn them, turning rival organizations into unwitting tools of their own agenda through blackmail, bribery, and the strategic application of violence. The Gentarim also understood the value of magical power, but they approached it with a cunning that the Netherese had lacked. Instead of pursuing epic magic and grandiose experiments that might attract unwanted attention from the gods, they focused on practical applications that could enhance their political and military effectiveness. They recruited wizards and priests who could provide useful services, divination magic for intelligence gathering, enchantment spells for manipulation and control, necromancy for intimidation and terror. The competition between these three emerging powers, lawful Cormyr, commercial Sembia, and ruthless Gentle Keep, would define the political landscape of Central Faerun for centuries to come. Each represented a different philosophy of governance, and a different interpretation of the lessons that should be learned from Netheril's fall. Their interactions created a complex web of alliance and rivalry that would shape the development of human civilization throughout the region. Cormyr and Sembia found themselves natural allies, despite their different approaches to governance, united by their shared commitment to stability and prosperity. The purple dragons of Cormor provided military protection for Sembian trade routes, while Sembian merchants helped to finance Cormorian infrastructure projects and military campaigns. This partnership created a zone of relative peace and prosperity in the western reaches of the Sea of Fallen Stars, attracting refugees and immigrants from less stable regions. Gentil Keep, by contrast, found itself increasingly isolated as its aggressive policies made enemies of virtually every neighboring power. The Gentirim compensated for this diplomatic isolation by developing extensive networks of spies and agents throughout the region, gathering intelligence and sowing discord among their enemies. They became masters of proxy warfare, using bandit gangs, corrupt officials, and mercenary companies to achieve their goals while maintaining plausible deniability. But these three major powers were not the only forces shaping the post-Netheril world. Across Faerun, dozens of smaller kingdoms and city-states were emerging, each seeking to establish its own niche in the new political order. Some followed the Cormyrian model of lawful feudalism, others adopted Sembian-style merchant governance, and still others tried to emulate the Gentirim's ruthless pragmatism. Many experimented with hybrid approaches that combined elements from different systems. The Kingdom of Tether, for example, developed a unique form of governance that balanced noble privilege with merchant influence and common representation. The realm of Am became a pure plutocracy, where wealth was the only measure of political power. The city-states of the Villan Reach created confederations based on shared religious or cultural identities, rather than traditional feudal bonds. This political fragmentation was both a strength and a weakness for human civilization in Faerun. On one hand, it provided resilience against the kind of catastrophic collapse that had destroyed Netheril. No single disaster could eliminate all human power at once. On the other hand, it prevented humans from achieving the same level of coordinated action that had made their floating cities possible in the first place. The magical innovations that emerged from this period reflected the fractured nature of human political development, rather than the epic spells and grand magical projects that had characterized Netheril. Post-fall human magic focused on smaller-scale applications that could be maintained and controlled by individual kingdoms or organizations. Cormyrian mages developed defensive enchantments that could protect entire provinces from invasion. Sembian artificers created magical items that could enhance trade and commerce. Zhentarim necromancers perfected spells of fear and domination that could be used to maintain control over subject populations. The relationship between magic and governance became a central concern for all human rulers in this period. The memory of Netheril's fall served as a constant reminder of the dangers posed by uncontrolled magical power, yet magic remained too useful to abandon entirely. Each kingdom developed its own approach to managing this dilemma, creating a patchwork of different magical traditions and regulatory systems across the continent. Some rulers attempted to monopolize magical knowledge, concentrating all arcane power in the hands of court wizards who served at the pleasure of the crown. Others created guild systems that allowed magical practitioners to self-regulate while remaining subject to royal oversight. Still others tried to ban dangerous forms of magic entirely, while permitting safer applications to flourish under careful supervision. The religious landscape of Faerun also underwent significant changes during this period of political fragmentation. The fall of Netheril had demonstrated the limitations of purely arcane approaches to power, leading many people to seek divine guidance and protection. New temples and churches proliferated throughout the human kingdoms, each offering different interpretations of how mortal beings should relate to the powers that govern the cosmos. The gods themselves seemed to respond to this increased devotion by taking a more active role in mortal affairs. Divine interventions became more frequent and more obvious, as deities sought to guide their followers away from the kind of hubris that had destroyed the floating cities. This divine involvement created new sources of both stability and conflict, as different kingdoms often found themselves aligned with deities whose goals and methods were incompatible. The economic systems that developed during this period were shaped by the need to rebuild in the aftermath of magical catastrophe. Trade networks had to be reconstructed without relying on the teleportation magic that had connected Netherese cities. New forms of currency and credit had to be developed to replace the magical systems that had facilitated commerce in the floating cities. Agricultural techniques had to be adapted to work in regions where magical enhancement was no longer available or reliable. These practical challenges led to innovations that would prove more durable than many of the magical solutions that had preceded them. Human engineers developed new construction techniques that could create impressive structures without magical assistance. Farmers learned to work with natural soil and weather patterns, rather than relying on magical modification of growing conditions. Merchants created financial instruments that could facilitate long-distance trade, without magical communication or transportation. The cultural achievements of this period were perhaps less spectacular than those of Netherell, but they possessed a different kind of greatness, the beauty of sustainability, and the elegance of solutions that worked within natural limitations rather than trying to transcend them entirely. Architecture became more modest in scale, but more sophisticated in its understanding of structural principles. Art focused on human themes and experiences rather than abstract magical concepts. Literature explored the complexities of political and social relationships, rather than fantasizing about transcendence and apotheosis. As the centuries passed, the kingdoms that had emerged from Netherell's ashes began to mature and stabilize. The initial period of rapid change and experimentation gave way to more established patterns of governance and culture. Trade relationships became institutionalized, diplomatic protocols were developed, and the rough boundaries between different spheres of influence began to solidify into recognized borders. Yet beneath this surface stability, the fundamental tensions that had characterized the immediate post-Netherell period continued to simmer. The different philosophical approaches to governance represented by Cormor, Sembia, and Zental Keep remained incompatible at their core, ensuring that the political landscape of Faerun would never achieve the kind of unified order that some idealists envisioned. The legacy of the Shattered Kingdoms period would prove to be complex and enduring. On one hand, it demonstrated the resilience and adaptability of human civilization, showing that even the most catastrophic disasters could be overcome through determination and ingenuity. On the other hand, it established patterns of fragmentation and competition that would prevent humans from ever again achieving the unified greatness that Netherell had represented. Perhaps most importantly, this period taught valuable lessons about the relationship between power and responsibility, showing that sustainable governance required not just the ability to command, but the wisdom to understand the limitations within which such command should be exercised. The kingdoms that emerged from Netherell's ruins were smaller and less magnificent than the floating cities, but they were also more stable and more capable of adapting to changing circumstances without losing their essential character. As we close this chronicle of humanity's rebuilding after its greatest fall, we see reflected in these shattered kingdoms both the eternal resilience of the human spirit and the hard-won wisdom that comes only through bitter experience. These realms may not have reached the soaring heights of their predecessors, but they built their foundations on firmer ground, creating civilizations that could endure the storms of time while remaining true to the best impulses of human nature. In their diversity and their determination, we find hope that greatness need not always carry within it the seeds of its own destruction. Chapter 7. The Time of Troubles. There are moments when the very foundations of reality tremble, when the cosmic order that has governed existence since time immemorial is suddenly cast into chaos, and mortal beings find themselves witness to transformations so profound that they reshape not merely the world, but the fundamental nature of divinity itself. Such was the time of troubles, that apocalyptic year when the gods themselves were cast down from their celestial domains to walk among mortals as flesh and blood avatars, stripped of their immortal power, and forced to confront the consequences of their eternal machinations in forms as vulnerable as any human peasant. This was not merely a political upheaval or a magical catastrophe, but a cosmic revolution that would forever alter the relationship between the divine and mortal realms, demonstrating that even the mightiest powers in the universe were subject to judgment, and that true authority could only be maintained through wisdom rather than mere force. The seeds of this divine catastrophe had been planted centuries earlier in the growing tension between Ao, the overgod, whose authority transcended all other deities, and the increasingly fractious pantheon that ruled over Faerun. Since the traumatic disruption caused by Carsus's folly and the subsequent transformation of Mistral into Maestra, the gods had grown complacent in their celestial realms, content to pursue their own agendas, while paying little attention to their fundamental responsibilities as guardians of cosmic balance. They had begun to view their divine portfolios not as sacred trusts but as personal possessions, treating the forces they governed as tools for advancing their own power, rather than maintaining the stability of creation itself. This divine arrogance manifested itself in increasingly reckless behavior as the gods competed for influence and worshippers among mortal populations. Ancient alliances crumbled as deities pursued short-term advantages at the expense of long-term stability. Sacred oaths were broken when they became inconvenient, and the complex web of divine relationships that had maintained cosmic order for millennia began to unravel under the pressure of unchecked ambition and petty rivalries. The immediate catalyst for Ao's intervention was the theft of the Tablets of Fate, those fundamental artifacts that recorded the true names and essential natures of all divine beings. These tablets were not merely symbolic objects, but the very foundation upon which divine authority rested, containing the cosmic contracts that bound each god to their particular responsibilities and limitations. Without these tablets, the entire system of divine governance could collapse into chaos, as there would be no way to distinguish between legitimate divine authority and mere pretension to power. The theft itself was a masterwork of divine conspiracy, orchestrated by Bane, the god of tyranny, and Merkul, the lord of the dead, working in secret alliance with Baal, the deity of murder. These three dark powers had grown weary of the constraints that limited their ability to expand their influence over mortal affairs, and they saw in the theft of the tablets an opportunity to reshape the divine hierarchy according to their own malevolent vision. By seizing control of the fundamental laws that govern divine existence, they hoped to establish themselves as the supreme rulers of a new cosmic order, where fear and death would reign unchallenged. But the conspirators had gravely underestimated both the importance of the tablets and the terrible wrath of the overgod whose authority they had dared to challenge. Ajal's response was swift and absolute. He sealed the borders between the divine and material planes, trapping all gods within the mortal realm until the tablets could be recovered and the cosmic balance restored. This unprecedented punishment stripped the deities of their immortal forms and most of their supernatural powers, forcing them to inhabit physical avatars that were subject to all the vulnerabilities and limitations of mortal existence. The shock of this divine exile reverberated throughout Faerun, as gods who had been worshipped for millennia suddenly appeared among their followers as flesh and blood beings who could be injured, captured, or even killed. The entire religious framework that had governed mortal civilization was thrown into chaos as priests discovered that their deities were no longer safely distant figures dispensing power from celestial realms, but desperate refugees seeking shelter and assistance from their own worshippers. The Avatar Crisis, as this period came to be known, began with confusion and terror as mortal populations struggled to comprehend what was happening to their world. Temple hierarchies found themselves hosting physical manifestations of their deities, while ordinary citizens encountered beings of tremendous power, who nonetheless appeared in forms that could be touched, questioned, and even threatened. The very concept of divinity was called into question, as gods demonstrated both their incredible capabilities and their fundamental vulnerabilities. Among the first and most dramatic events of the Time of Troubles was the manifestation of Bane himself in the city of Gentle Keep, the stronghold of his most devoted followers. The Lord of Tyranny appeared not as the terrifying cosmic force that his worshippers had imagined, but as an imposing yet undeniably mortal figure, whose power, while still formidable, was clearly constrained by the limitations of physical existence. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Sundering hierarchy, as leaders who had spent their entire careers serving what they believed to be an all-powerful deity suddenly found themselves face to face with a being who, for all his remaining abilities, was no longer truly invincible. Vane's presence in Gentle Keep transformed the city into the epicenter of a divine conspiracy, as the god of tyranny used his remaining powers to marshal his mortal followers for a desperate attempt to recover the stolen tablets and restore his cosmic authority. But even as he worked to maintain his influence, the limitations of his avatar form became increasingly apparent. He could still command tremendous magical power and inspire absolute loyalty in his followers, but he was also subject to fatigue, injury, and the constant threat of assassination by enemies who now saw him as a target within their reach. The mortal realm became a battleground, where conflicts that had previously been fought in the abstract realm of divine politics were suddenly made concrete and immediate. Gods who had been eternal enemies found themselves engaging in physical combat using weapons and spells rather than the cosmic forces they had once commanded. Ancient grudges were settled, not through the manipulation of fate and destiny, but through direct confrontation between avatar forms that could bleed and die like any mortal warrior. Perhaps nowhere was this divine warfare more intense than in the struggle between Cyric, a mortal thief and assassin who had become entangled in the cosmic conspiracy, and the various gods whose portfolios he would eventually claim. Cyric represented something entirely new in the divine order, a mortal being whose actions during the time of troubles would elevate him to godhood, not through gradual ascension or divine appointment, but through the violent seizure of power from established deities whose authority had been weakened by their exile from the celestial realms. The rise of Cyric demonstrated how the Avatar crisis had fundamentally altered the rules governing divine power. In normal circumstances, the transition from mortal to divine status was a carefully regulated process that required either the blessing of existing gods or the gradual accumulation of divine essence through worship and belief. But the chaos of the time of troubles created opportunities for unprecedented changes in the cosmic hierarchy, as mortals could potentially claim divine portfolios through direct action, rather than through the traditional channels of ascension. Cyric's transformation began with his acquisition of a cursed sword that had been touched by divine power, a weapon that granted him abilities far beyond those of ordinary mortals, while gradually corrupting his mind and soul. Armed with this artifact and driven by ambitions that grew with each success, he embarked on a campaign of assassination and betrayal that would ultimately make him one of the most powerful and feared deities in the pantheon. The death of Baal, the god of murder, marked the first successful destruction of a major deity during the Avatar crisis. When Cyric's blade pierced the avatar form of this ancient power, it did more than simply kill a physical manifestation. It actually destroyed the god himself, dispersing his divine essence and creating a vacuum in the cosmic order that had to be filled. Cyric, as the instrument of Baal's destruction, inherited the murdered god's portfolio, along with all the responsibilities and powers that came with it. But the most shocking transformation of the time of troubles was yet to come, when Mystra, the goddess of magic who had been reborn from the ashes of Mistral after Carsus's folly, also fell victim to the violence that consumed the divine realm. Her death sent magical shockwaves throughout the world that made Carsus's original catastrophe seem like a minor disturbance by comparison. The goddess of magic could not simply be murdered like other deities. Her destruction threatened to unravel the fundamental forces that made arcane power possible throughout the multiverse. The death of Mystra created a period of absolute magical chaos known as the Gods' War, when spells failed randomly, magical items became unpredictable, and the very nature of reality became unstable in regions where magical energy was particularly concentrated. Wizards who attempted to cast even simple spells risked triggering explosions of wild magic that could transform them into other creatures, transport them to distant planes, or simply obliterate them entirely. The carefully regulated magical systems that had been established after Netherill's fall collapsed completely, leaving mortal civilization vulnerable to threats that had been held in check for centuries. Yet, from this magical catastrophe emerged one of the most remarkable transformations of the entire Avatar crisis. A mortal woman named Midnight, who had been traveling with Cyric and had witnessed the goddess's death, found herself gradually absorbing fragments of Mystra's dispersed divine essence. Unlike Cyric's violent seizure of divine power, Midnight's transformation was a process of gradual spiritual evolution as she learned to channel and control the fundamental forces of magic itself. The ascension of Midnight to become the new Mystra represented a profound change in the nature of divine authority over magic. Where the previous goddess had been a cosmic force, whose relationship with mortal magic users was distant and impersonal, the new Mystra retained vivid memories of her mortal existence and a deep understanding of the challenges faced by those who sought to master arcane power. Her divine perspective was tempered by mortal wisdom, creating a more nuanced and compassionate approach to the governance of magical forces. The restoration of magical stability under the new Mystra's guidance marked the beginning of the end of the Avatar crisis, but the cosmic upheaval was far from over. The theft of the Tablets of Fate had still not been resolved, and Ao's ultimatum remained in effect. The gods would continue to be trapped in mortal forms until the artifacts were recovered and the fundamental order of divine authority was restored. The search for the tablets became a quest that involved not only the exiled gods, but also mortal heroes who found themselves thrust into cosmic significance by the unprecedented circumstances of the time. Ancient prophecies that had seemed like mere mythology suddenly became relevant as the barriers between legend and reality dissolved under the pressure of divine transformation. Mortal adventurers discovered that their actions could have consequences that reached far beyond the material realm, potentially determining the future structure of the cosmic order itself. The eventual recovery of the Tablets of Fate came not through the grand cosmic battle that many had expected, but through the patient investigation and clever deduction of mortal heroes, who recognized that the tablet's theft was part of a larger pattern of divine corruption that had to be addressed at its source. The resolution of the crisis required not just the return of the stolen artifacts, but a fundamental reckoning with the failures of divine governance that had made the theft possible in the first place. When Ao finally lifted his prohibition and allowed the surviving gods to return to their celestial realms, the divine pantheon that emerged from the time of troubles was fundamentally different from the one that had existed before the crisis. Several major deities had been destroyed or transformed beyond recognition, their portfolios redistributed among survivors and newcomers who brought fresh perspectives to ancient responsibilities. The cosmic hierarchy had been reshuffled in ways that would have lasting consequences for both divine and mortal realms. Cyric's elevation to divine status represented perhaps the most dramatic change in the pantheon, as this former mortal thief suddenly found himself wielding authority over multiple portfolios, including murder, death, and tyranny. His divine reign would prove to be as chaotic and destructive as his mortal career had been, demonstrating that the acquisition of divine power did not automatically confer the wisdom necessary to wield it responsibly. The new Mystra's approach to governing magic established precedents that would influence the practice of arcane arts for centuries to come. Her understanding of both divine and mortal perspectives allowed her to create more nuanced and flexible systems for regulating magical power, avoiding both the excessive restrictions that might stifle innovation and the dangerous freedom that had led to disasters like Carus's Folly. But perhaps the most profound impact of the time of troubles was the way it changed mortal perceptions of divinity itself. The sight of gods walking among them as vulnerable physical beings had shattered the illusion of divine invincibility, and demonstrated that even the mightiest cosmic powers were subject to consequences for their actions. This revelation led to significant changes in religious practice and theology, as mortal worshippers developed more sophisticated and nuanced relationships with their deities. The Avatar crisis also established new patterns of interaction between the divine and mortal realms that would persist long after the immediate crisis had passed. Gods became more directly involved in mortal affairs, no longer content to work solely through intermediaries and agents. Mortals, having seen that divine power could be claimed through exceptional action, became more ambitious in their own pursuits of transcendence and apotheosis. The political ramifications of the time of troubles extended far beyond religious matters, as kingdoms and empires found themselves forced to adapt to a world where the fundamental assumptions about divine authority had been overturned. Rulers who had claimed divine sanction for their authority suddenly found themselves on much less secure ground, while religious institutions struggled to maintain their influence in a world where their deities had proven to be as fallible as any mortal leader. The magical innovations that emerged from this period reflected the new relationship between divine and arcane power that the Avatar crisis had established. Spells and magical items that incorporated both divine and arcane elements became more common, as practitioners learned to work with the blended energies that now characterized magical practice. The rigid distinction between different schools of magic began to blur as the fundamental forces underlying all supernatural power were revealed to be more interconnected than previously understood. As we close this chronicle of divine upheaval and cosmic transformation, we are reminded that even the most fundamental aspects of reality are subject to change when the foundations of authority are challenged by those brave enough to demand accountability from their rulers. The time of troubles demonstrated that true power comes not from the ability to command without question, but from the wisdom to govern in accordance with justice and the courage to accept responsibility for the consequences of one's actions. The gods who emerged from the Avatar crisis were humbled by their experience of mortal vulnerability, while the mortals who witnessed their divine struggles were empowered by the knowledge that no authority, however ancient or powerful, was beyond the reach of judgment and transformation. In this mutual education lies perhaps the most valuable legacy of the time of troubles, the understanding that the relationship between ruler and ruled must be based on respect and responsibility, rather than fear and submission. Whether that relationship exists between mortals and their kings, or between worshippers and their gods. Chapter 8. The Return of Shade. Time, they say, heals all wounds, but some scars run so deep that they become doorways through which the past can return to haunt the present with terrible vengeance. Nearly 2 millennia had passed since the floating cities of Netheril had plummeted from the sky in Carsus's catastrophic folly, their ruins buried beneath the shifting sands of the Anarok Desert, while the world moved on to new kingdoms and fresh disasters. Yet in the shadow realm that exists peril, parallel to our own reality, where darkness reigns eternal, and the very concept of hope withers like flowers in perpetual night. The survivors of that ancient civilization had not merely endured but thrived, transforming themselves into something far more dangerous than they had ever been in the glory days of their flying metropolises. This is the tale of how the dead past reached across the centuries to reclaim its dominion over the living present, and how the children of Netheril's shadow returned to a world that had forgotten their names, but would soon learn to fear them once more. The shadow fell, that grim reflection of the material world where all light is dimmed and all hope grows cold, had become the unlikely refuge for a handful of Netherese cities that had escaped the general catastrophe through desperate and terrible bargains with the fundamental forces of darkness itself. In the final moments before Carsus's spell destroyed the magical infrastructure that kept their civilizations aloft, the archmages of these distant enclaves had made a choice that their surface-dwelling kin had been too proud or too wise to consider. They had voluntarily exiled themselves to the realm of shadow, accepting transformation and corruption in exchange for survival. The price of this salvation had been steep beyond measure. The Netherese who fled to the Shadowfell found themselves gradually transformed by the realm's dark energies, their flesh taking on the pallor of twilight, their souls growing cold and calculating as the endless gloom seeped into their very essence. They became creatures of shadow and manipulation, losing much of their capacity for warmth, compassion, and genuine human connection, while gaining abilities that would have seemed impossible to their ancestors. The power to step between dimensions as easily as walking through a doorway, to cloak themselves in darkness that no light could penetrate, and to drain the very life force from their enemies with a touch. These shadow-touched Netherese, who came to call themselves the Shadowvar, spent the long centuries of their exile, not in mourning for their lost homeland, but in careful preparation for their eventual return. They had learned harsh lessons from the fall of their civilization, understanding now that magical might alone was insufficient to guarantee lasting power. The floating cities had fallen not because they lacked arcane capabilities, but because they had grown complacent, isolated in their aerial domains, while the world below changed and evolved beyond their understanding. The Shadowvar would not repeat these mistakes. They established extensive spy networks that reached across dimensional boundaries, gathering intelligence about the political, military, and magical developments taking place in the material world. They studied the rise and fall of kingdoms, the emergence of new magical techniques, and the shifting patterns of divine influence that had reshaped Faerun during their absence. Most importantly, they learned patience, understanding that their return could not be accomplished through dramatic gestures or overwhelming displays of force, but would require subtle manipulation and careful long-term planning. The leader of this shadow civilization was Telemont Tanthal, who had been among the greatest archmages of ancient Netheril, and had guided his people through their transformation into creatures of darkness. Millennia of existence in the Shadowfell had changed him into something that was no longer entirely human, a being of tremendous magical power, whose very presence seemed to drain light and warmth from his surroundings. Yet for all his alien nature, he retained the brilliant strategic mind that had made him a leader among the Netherese, and he understood better than anyone the scope of the task that lay ahead. Telemont's vision for the return of Netheril was breathtaking in its ambition and terrifying in its implications. He did not merely want to re-establish his people's dominance over their ancient homeland. He sought to create a shadow empire that would span multiple planes of existence, using the lessons learned during their long exile to build a civilization that could never again be brought low by the kind of catastrophic failure that had destroyed the floating cities. This new Netheril would be founded not on the arrogant pursuit of individual magical achievement, but on the systematic manipulation of power through infiltration, corruption, and the careful exploitation of others' weaknesses. The first phase of the Shadowvar return began not with military conquest, but with reconnaissance and infiltration. Shadow agents began appearing throughout Faerun, using their supernatural abilities to assume false identities and work their way into positions of influence within existing kingdoms and organizations. These operatives were not mere spies, but sophisticated political manipulators who understood how to identify and exploit the fault lines that existed within every society. The Shadowvar had studied the post-Netheril political landscape with the thoroughness that only centuries of patient observation could provide. They understood the fundamental tensions that existed between Cormor's lawful traditions and its need for flexibility in the face of changing circumstances. They recognized the internal contradictions within Sembian merchant culture that made it vulnerable to economic manipulation. They saw how the Gentirim's brutal methods had created enemies throughout the region who could be turned against the Black Network with the proper encouragement. But the Shadowvar's greatest advantage lay not in their understanding of their enemies' weaknesses, but in their mastery of magical techniques that had been developed during their long exile in the Shadowfell. Shadow magic was not merely another school of arcane study, but a fundamentally different approach to manipulating reality, one that operated according to principles that surface-dwelling wizards had never learned to counter effectively. Where traditional magic sought to impose the caster's will upon the world through force, shadow magic worked by exploiting the darkness that already existed within all things, turning strengths into weaknesses and virtues into vices. The gradual revelation of the Shadowvar presence sent shockwaves through the magical communities of Faerun, as scholars realized that they were dealing not with some new threat, but with the return of a civilization that had been presumed extinct for nearly 2,000 years. Ancient texts were consulted, forgotten prophecies were re-examined, and learned mages struggled to understand how Netherese survivors could have remained hidden for so long, while developing magical capabilities that seemed to surpass even their ancestors' legendary achievements. The political implications of the Shadowvar return were even more profound than the magical ones. Here was a people with legitimate historical claims to vast territories throughout northern Faerun, backed by power that no existing kingdom could hope to match in direct confrontation. Their very existence called into question the legitimacy of every government that had been established in the aftermath of Netheral's fall. For how could upstart nations claim authority over lands that had once belonged to a civilization whose heirs had now returned to reclaim their inheritance? The Shadowvar's approach to reasserting their ancient claims was characteristically subtle and sophisticated. Rather than demanding immediate recognition of their territorial rights or launching military campaigns to retake their homeland by force, they began a careful process of political and economic pressure designed to weaken existing powers while strengthening their own position. Trade agreements were negotiated that gave the Shadowvar access to crucial resources while creating dependencies that could be exploited later. Military alliances were formed with carefully selected partners who could serve as proxies for Shadowvar interests without realizing the full extent of their manipulation. The transformation of the Anarok Desert became the most visible symbol of the Shadowvar's return to power. Using techniques that combined traditional Netherese magic with the shadow manipulation abilities they had developed during their exile, they began the systematic restoration of their ancient homeland. The barren sands that had covered the ruins of the floating cities for millennia were slowly pushed back, revealing the remnants of once great metropolises that could serve as foundations for new construction. But this was not mere archaeological restoration. It was the creation of something entirely unprecedented in the history of Faerun. The new Netherese cities that rose from the desert combined the architectural grandeur of the ancient floating metropolises with innovations that had been developed during the long centuries of exile. These were not structures that existed solely in the material world, but hybrid constructions that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions, allowing their inhabitants to step between the realm of shadows and the world of light as easily as moving from one room to another. The capital of this restored civilization was the great city of Shade Enclave, a metropolis that defied every conventional understanding of architecture and engineering. The city existed primarily in the Shadowfell, but could manifest itself in the material world when its rulers chose to reveal their presence, appearing like a vast dark cloud that blotted out the sun and cast everything beneath it into perpetual twilight. From within this mobile fortress, Telemod Tanthal and his fellow princes could observe and manipulate events throughout the region while remaining largely immune to conventional forms of retaliation. The Shadowvar's political strategy relied heavily on their ability to exploit the existing tensions and conflicts that characterized the post-Netheral world. They had no need to create enemies for their targets. They simply had to identify the disputes that already existed, and then carefully escalate them until their opponents were too weakened by internal strife to resist Shadowvar expansion. This approach allowed them to advance their interests while maintaining plausible deniability, as their enemies were technically being destroyed by each other rather than by direct Shadowvar action. The relationship between the returned Shadowvar and the various human kingdoms of Faerun was further complicated by questions of cultural and historical continuity. The Shadowvar claimed to be the legitimate heirs of Netherese civilization, and in many ways this claim was perfectly valid. They were indeed the direct descendants of the ancient archmages, and they had preserved many of the magical techniques and cultural traditions that had been lost when the floating cities fell. Yet their long exile in the Shadowfell had transformed them into something that bore little resemblance to their ancestors, creating a situation where their legal claims to inheritance were undermined by their obvious alienness. This cultural disconnection became a source of both strength and weakness for the Shadowvar cause. On one hand, their obviously non-human nature made it impossible for them to inspire the kind of popular loyalty that more conventional rulers could command, limiting their ability to govern territories through anything other than fear and coercion. On the other hand, their alien perspective allowed them to perceive opportunities and solutions that purely human minds might miss, giving them strategic advantages that often proved decisive in complex political situations. The magical renaissance that accompanied the Shadowvar return had profound effects throughout Faerun, as scholars and practitioners struggled to understand and counter the shadow magic techniques that were being employed against them. Traditional approaches to magical defense proved largely ineffective against spells that worked by corruption and subversion rather than direct attack, forcing the development of entirely new schools of protective magic that could guard against threats that operated on psychological and spiritual levels. The religious communities of Faerun found themselves particularly challenged by the Shadowvar presence, as the shadow-touched Netherese had developed theological perspectives that fundamentally contradicted the divine order that had been established after the time of troubles. The Shadowvar worship was focused not on the traditional pantheon of gods, but on abstract principles of darkness and entropy that existed beyond the normal divine hierarchy, creating conflicts that went far deeper than mere political disagreement. The economic impact of the Shadowvar return was felt throughout the civilized world, as trade routes that had been established over centuries were suddenly disrupted by the presence of a new major power with its own commercial interests and territorial claims. The restoration of Netherese cities in the heart of the Anauroch created new opportunities for trade and resource extraction, but it also threatened existing arrangements that had been built on the assumption that the desert would remain a largely empty wasteland. The military implications of Shadowvar capabilities were perhaps the most troubling aspect of their return for the existing powers of Faerun. Traditional defensive strategies were largely useless against enemies who could appear and disappear at will, strike from multiple dimensions simultaneously, and turn the very shadows within a fortress into weapons against its defenders. Armies that had been trained to fight conventional human opponents found themselves completely outmatched when facing foes who could drain life force with a touch and disappear into darkness when the battle turned against them. Yet, for all their advantages, the Shadowvar faced significant challenges in their attempt to re-establish Netherese dominance over Faerun. The world they had returned to was not the one they had left behind. It was more complex, more politically sophisticated, and more capable of coordinated resistance than the scattered tribal societies that had existed during the height of the floating cities. The human kingdoms that had emerged from Netheral's ashes had learned valuable lessons about cooperation and mutual defense, creating alliance networks that could potentially mobilize massive resources against any single threat. The Shadowvar's own internal politics also created vulnerabilities that their enemies could potentially exploit. The long centuries of exile had created deep divisions within Netherese society, as different factions had developed conflicting visions of what their restored civilization should become. Some Shadowvar princes advocated for a gradual integration with the existing political order, while others demanded the complete subjugation of all surface-dwelling peoples. These disagreements created opportunities for outside manipulation and prevented the Shadowvar from presenting a completely unified front in their dealings with other powers. The magical transformation that had enabled Shadowvar's survival in the Shadowfell had also imposed limitations that would prove increasingly problematic as they sought to expand their influence in the material world. Their dependence on shadow magic made them vulnerable to certain forms of divine power, particularly that wielded by deities associated with light and protection. Their altered physiology made it difficult for them to operate effectively in regions where positive energy was particularly strong, limiting their ability to establish permanent footholds in some strategically important areas. Perhaps most significantly, the Shadowvar's long exile had cut them off from the natural processes of cultural evolution that had allowed other civilizations to adapt and grow stronger over time. They were, in many ways, attempting to impose a 2,000-year-old vision of proper governance on a world that had moved far beyond the social and technological assumptions that had shaped their original society. This cultural lag created numerous opportunities for miscalculation and misunderstanding that their enemies could exploit. The story of the Shadowvar return represents one of the most complex and morally ambiguous chapters in Faerun's long history. Here was a people with legitimate grievances and valid claims to territory and recognition, yet their methods and goals were fundamentally incompatible with the civilized order that had emerged in their absence. They were both victims of ancient injustice and perpetrators of new oppression, both the rightful heirs of a great civilization and alien invaders seeking to impose their will on an unwilling world. As we close this chronicle of Shadow's return, we are reminded that the past is never truly dead, that the consequences of ancient choices can echo across millennia to shape the present in ways that no one can fully anticipate. The Shadowvar represented the dark side of persistence and determination, showing how virtues like loyalty and cultural preservation can become vices when they are pursued without regard for growth, adaptation, and the legitimate interests of others. In their story, we see reflected our own struggles with the weight of history and the challenge of honoring the past while remaining open to the possibilities of the future. Chapter 9. The Spell Plague. Magic. That fundamental force which had shaped every aspect of existence since the dawn of creation was about to face its greatest trial since the catastrophic moment when Carus first reached for divinity and brought down the floating cities of Netheril. But where that ancient disaster had been the result of mortal hubris and divine folly, the catastrophe that would come to be known as the Spell Plague emerged from sources far more alien and incomprehensible. The collision of realities themselves, as the barriers between worlds grew thin, and the very fabric of the multiverse began to unravel, under pressures that no mortal mind could fully grasp. This was not merely another magical disaster to be endured and overcome, but a fundamental transformation of reality itself that would reshape not just the practice of magic, but the essential nature of existence throughout Faerun and beyond. The seeds of this cosmic catastrophe had been planted in events that occurred far from the mortal realm, in the distant world of Eber, where the primordials, those ancient beings of elemental chaos, who had warred with the gods at the dawn of time, still held dominion over vast territories untouched by divine influence. For millennia, Eber and Torell had existed as twin worlds, parallel spheres that shared many characteristics, but remained separate and distinct, each following its own path of development, and each maintaining its own unique relationship with the fundamental forces of creation. But the stability of this cosmic arrangement had been gradually eroding as the actions of gods and mortals in both worlds created ripple effects that weakened the barriers between realities. The time of troubles had sent shockwaves through the dimensional boundaries that separated the twin worlds, while the return of the Shadowvar had created additional stress points where shadow magic interacted with the underlying structure of the multiverse. Each major magical working, each divine intervention, each planar breach added to the accumulated strain until the cosmic architecture that kept the worlds separate approached its breaking point. The immediate catalyst for the catastrophe came from an unexpected source, the murder of Mystra, the goddess of magic, whose divine essence was so fundamental to the functioning of arcane power that her destruction would inevitably trigger consequences beyond anything previously imagined. The assassin was Cyric, that former mortal who had ascended to godhood during the Avatar crisis, and whose divine portfolio had grown to encompass not just murder and tyranny but death itself. Driven by madness and an insatiable hunger for power, Cyric had conceived a plan to eliminate his most powerful rival and claim dominion over magic itself. The murder of a goddess was not a simple act of violence, but a cosmic crime that violated the fundamental laws governing divine existence. When Cyric's blade pierced Mystra's divine essence, the resulting disruption sent waves of chaotic energy cascading through every plane of existence, unraveling spells, destroying magical items, and causing reality itself to buckle and warp under the strain of containing forces that had suddenly been released from all constraint and regulation. The initial manifestation of this disaster appeared as streaks of blue fire that blazed across the sky above Faerun, beautiful and terrible phenomena that seemed to burn without consuming, illuminating the heavens with an otherworldly radiance that spoke of powers beyond mortal comprehension. But these were not mere celestial displays. They were visible signs of the fundamental breakdown of magical law, evidence that the force which had governed arcane power since time immemorial was fragmenting into chaos. Where the blue fire touched the earth, reality itself began to change in ways that defied every known principle of magic and natural law. Entire regions were transformed overnight as the unleashed forces of creation ran wild, unguided by any controlling intelligence or limiting principle. Mountains melted like wax, while valleys thrust upward to become towering peaks. Rivers flowed backward through the air, while forests sprouted from solid stone. The very concept of physical law became meaningless in areas where the spell plague burned most intensely. The city of Hlondeth, once a thriving metropolis on the southern coast of Faerun, became one of the first major casualties of the cosmic disaster. As the blue fire descended upon the city, its very substance began to warp and change, buildings flowing like liquid, while their inhabitants were transformed into creatures that bore no resemblance to their original forms. Some became living crystal, their thoughts slowed to geological timescales, but their bodies rendered virtually indestructible. Others were merged with the architecture itself, becoming conscious walls and sentient doorways that could observe but never again move freely through the world. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the spell plague was not the dramatic transformations it wrought in its most intense manifestations, but the way it gradually corrupted the fundamental nature of magic throughout the entire world. Spells that had been reliable for millennia suddenly began to produce unpredictable results, while magical items developed minds of their own and refused to function according to their creators' intentions. The carefully constructed theoretical frameworks that had guided magical research since the fall of Netheril collapsed, as the basic principles underlying arcane power proved to be no longer valid. Wizards who had spent decades mastering complex formulaic magic found their lifetime of study rendered useless as the spells they had memorized simply refused to function properly. Sorcerers discovered that the intuitive connection to magical force that had defined their abilities had been severed or corrupted, leaving them unable to control powers that now manifested in wild and dangerous ways. Even divine magic was affected, as the disruption in the fundamental magical field interfered with the connection between gods and their mortal servants. The political consequences of the spell plague were immediate and catastrophic, as kingdoms that had depended on magical infrastructure for their basic functioning suddenly found themselves unable to maintain order or provide essential services for their populations. Communication networks that relied on magical sending spells fell silent, leaving distant provinces cut off from central authority. Transportation systems based on teleportation magic ceased to function, isolating communities that had grown dependent on magical trade routes. Food preservation techniques that utilized magical enhancement failed, leading to widespread famine in regions that had previously enjoyed abundance. The Shadavar, whose entire civilization was built around the manipulation of shadow magic, found themselves particularly vulnerable to the effects of the spell plague. Their ability to move between dimensions became unreliable and dangerous, as the barriers between planes fluctuated wildly, sometimes trapping them in the Shadowfell, and sometimes ejecting them violently into the material world. The great city of Shade Enclave, which had been their mobile fortress and the symbol of their returned power, began to experience dimensional instabilities that threatened to tear it apart from within. Telemont Tanthul and his fellow princes struggled desperately to maintain control over their shadow empire, as the magical foundations of their power crumbled beneath them. Some Shadowvar enclaves were completely lost, as they fell through gaps in reality into unknown dimensions, while others found themselves permanently severed from the shadow realm that had been their home for millennia. The carefully laid plans for Netherese restoration that had been centuries in the making were suddenly rendered meaningless, as the cosmic catastrophe made their traditional forms of power obsolete. Yet the spell plague also created new opportunities for those bold enough to try to harness its chaotic energies. In regions where the blue fire burned most intensely, entirely new forms of magical power began to emerge. techniques and abilities that bore no resemblance to traditional arcane or divine magic, but could accomplish feats that would have been impossible under the old magical laws. Some individuals discovered that exposure to spell plague energy had granted them unprecedented abilities to manipulate reality itself, transforming them into living conduits for the raw forces of creation. These spells card individuals, as they came to be known, represented something entirely new in the magical landscape of Faerun. Unlike traditional spellcasters who channeled power through learned techniques or innate talent, the spells card were directly connected to the chaotic energies that had been unleashed by Mystra's death. Their abilities were unpredictable and often dangerous, but they could accomplish things that no conventional magic user could match. Bending reality according to principles that existed beyond the normal boundaries of magical theory. The emergence of spell-scarred individuals created new social and political dynamics, as existing power structures struggled to accommodate people whose abilities transcended traditional categories of magical classification. Some kingdoms attempted to suppress or control the spell-scarred, viewing them as dangerous threats to public order. Others tried to recruit them as weapons against their enemies, recognizing the potential military advantages that such unprecedented power could provide. Still others sought to study them, hoping to understand the new forms of magic that the spell plague had made possible. The geographic transformation of Faerun during the spell plague was perhaps even more dramatic than the changes to its magical landscape. Entire regions were swapped between Torell and its twin world of air, as the dimensional barriers that had kept them separate for millennia finally collapsed completely. The Dragonborn of Aber suddenly found themselves on a world they had never seen before, while vast territories that had been part of Faerun for countless generations simply vanished, replaced by alien landscapes, populated by creatures that followed entirely different evolutionary and magical principles. The Great Rift, a massive canyon that had defined the geography of southeastern Faerun for millennia, simply disappeared overnight, replaced by rolling plains that bore no resemblance to anything that had existed there before. The Forest of Worms was transformed into a sea of crystalline formations that sang with unearthly harmonies when the wind passed through them. The city of Waterdeep found itself partially overlapped with a corresponding location on Aber, creating a hybrid metropolis where buildings from two different worlds existed in the same space, their inhabitants forced to share streets and structures with beings from an entirely different reality. These geographic exchanges were not random but followed patterns that suggested some underlying principle governing the relationship between the twin worlds. Areas with particularly strong magical resonance were more likely to be affected by the dimensional swapping, while regions that had been touched by significant divine or primordial influence seemed to anchor themselves more firmly to their original reality. The result was a patchwork continent, where familiar territories existed alongside completely alien landscapes, creating new borders and boundaries that bore no relationship to the political divisions that had existed before the catastrophe. The century that followed the initial outbreak of the spell plague was marked by constant adaptation and evolution as the peoples of Faerun struggled to build new civilizations in a world where the fundamental rules of existence had been rewritten. Traditional forms of government proved inadequate for managing territories where the laws of physics might vary from one province to another, while established military tactics became useless against enemies who could manipulate reality itself. The kingdom of Cormair, which had prided itself on the stability and predictability of its legal and governmental systems, found itself forced to develop entirely new administrative frameworks to deal with regions where cause and effect no longer followed logical patterns. The merchant princes of Sembia discovered that their traditional economic models were worthless in markets where goods could spontaneously transform into entirely different commodities, or where the very concept of ownership became meaningless in areas affected by reality storms. New forms of scholarship emerged as academics attempted to understand and catalog the changes that the spell plague had wrought in their world. The old magical theories that had guided research for centuries were obviously inadequate for explaining phenomena that operated according to principles that seemed to violate every known law of nature. Entirely new disciplines were created to study spell plague effects, chaos magic, dimensional boundaries, and the hybrid creatures that emerged from the mixing of different realities. Religious communities struggled to interpret the theological implications of a catastrophe that had fundamentally altered the relationship between divine and mortal realms. Some saw the spell plague as divine punishment for the hubris and corruption that had characterized the pre-catastrophe world, while others interpreted it as a test that would ultimately lead to spiritual purification and renewal. The death of Maestra raised profound questions about the nature of divine authority and the stability of the cosmic order, leading to new theological movements that sought to understand divinity in terms of chaos and change, rather than law and permanence. The long-term effects of the spell plague extended far beyond the immediate destruction and transformation that marked its initial outbreak. The disaster had fundamentally altered the magical environment of Faerun, creating conditions that would influence the development of arcane and divine power for generations to come. New schools of magic emerged that were specifically designed to work with chaotic energies, while traditional approaches to spellcasting were gradually modified to account for the increased unpredictability of magical forces. The social changes wrought by the spell plague were equally profound as communities learned to adapt to circumstances that would have been unimaginable before the catastrophe. Mixed populations of humans, dragonborn and other creatures that had been exchanged between worlds, created new forms of cultural synthesis, while the presence of spell-scarred individuals challenged traditional assumptions about the nature of magical ability and social hierarchy. Perhaps most significantly, the spell plague demonstrated that even the most fundamental aspects of reality were subject to change, and that civilizations which wanted to survive had to develop the flexibility to adapt to circumstances that might be completely different from anything they had previously experienced. The rigid adherence to tradition that had characterized many pre-spell plague societies proved to be a fatal weakness in a world where change was the only constant. As the immediate crisis of the spell plague gradually subsided and new forms of stability began to emerge, the survivors found themselves living in a world that was simultaneously familiar and alien. The basic geography of Faerun had been transformed, its magical laws rewritten, and its political boundaries redrawn by forces beyond mortal control. Yet the fundamental human impulses toward cooperation, creativity, and growth had proven resilient enough to survive even cosmic catastrophe. The legacy of the spell plague would continue to influence the development of Faerun long after the blue fire had faded from the sky and the worst of the chaos had subsided. The disaster had shattered many of the artificial barriers that had divided different peoples and cultures, creating opportunities for new forms of cooperation and understanding. It had also demonstrated the dangers of depending too heavily on any single system or source of power, teaching valuable lessons about the importance of diversity and adaptability in the face of unexpected challenges. As we close this chronicle of reality's breaking and remaking, we are reminded that even the most catastrophic disasters can become catalysts for growth and renewal if they are met with courage, wisdom, and determination. The spell plague destroyed much that was valuable and beautiful in the old world, but it also created possibilities that had never existed before, opening new paths toward futures that could never have emerged from the gradual evolution of existing systems. In its blue fire, we see reflected both our deepest fears about the fragility of everything we hold dear, and our greatest hopes about our capacity to rebuild and transcend even the most devastating losses. Chapter 10. The Second Sundering. Healing, they say, is not the simple restoration of what was lost, but the integration of scars into a new wholeness that bears the wisdom of suffering and the strength that comes only from surviving the unsurvivable. After more than a century of chaos, transformation, and adaptation to a world where reality itself had been shattered and remade by the cosmic catastrophe of the spell plague, the mortal realm stood poised for another fundamental transformation, not the violent rupture that had marked the blue fire's coming, but a gradual process of restoration and renewal that would return much of what had been lost while preserving the hard-won lessons that had emerged from the age of chaos. This was the Second Sundering, a divine intervention on a scale not seen since the time of troubles, orchestrated by powers both mortal and immortal, who recognized that the wounded world required not just healing, but a fundamental rebalancing of the forces that had driven it to the brink of total collapse. The architects of this great restoration were not the familiar gods who had traditionally guided the fate of Faerun, but a new coalition of divine beings whose perspective had been shaped by the cosmic disruptions they had witnessed during the Spell Plague era. Chief among these was the reborn Mystra, who had been restored to divine status through mechanisms that remained mysterious even to the most learned theologians. This new incarnation of the goddess of magic possessed not only her traditional authority over arcane forces, but also a deep understanding of the chaotic energies that had been unleashed when her predecessor was murdered, knowledge that would prove essential for healing the wounds that had been torn in the fabric of reality itself. The new Mystra was joined in her efforts by other deities who had emerged or been transformed during the post-Spell Plague period, divine beings whose portfolios and perspectives reflected the changed nature of the world they sought to govern. These gods understood that the old approaches to cosmic governance had proven inadequate for maintaining stability in an era of rapid change and unexpected challenges. They recognized that any lasting solution to the multiverse's problems would require not just divine intervention, but the active cooperation of mortal agents who possessed the flexibility and creativity that immortal beings often lacked. The mortal champions, chosen to serve as instruments of divine will during the Second Sundering, were not the traditional heroes of legend, but individuals whose experiences during the Spell Plague had given them unique insights into the nature of chaos, transformation, and renewal. Many were spell-scarred survivors who had learned to work with chaotic energies rather than trying to control them, while others were scholars and leaders who had developed new approaches to magic and governance during the century of upheaval that had preceded the Restoration. The process of the Second Sundering began not with dramatic cosmic events, but with subtle changes in the underlying magical environment that most observers initially dismissed as minor fluctuations in the chaotic energies that had characterized the post-Spell Plague world. Experienced magic users began to notice that spells were becoming more reliable, that the wild surges of uncontrolled power were growing less frequent, and that the fundamental laws governing arcane force were slowly stabilizing into new patterns that bore some resemblance to the magical traditions that had existed before the catastrophe. But this was not a simple return to the magical systems of the past. The new weave that Mystra was carefully constructing incorporated lessons learned from both the rigid structures that had proven vulnerable to catastrophic failure and the chaotic forces that had threatened to destroy all order entirely. This reformed magical framework was designed to be more flexible and resilient than its predecessor, capable of adapting to unexpected stresses while maintaining the stability necessary for complex civilizations to function effectively. The geographical restoration that accompanied the healing of the weave was perhaps even more remarkable than the magical changes, as territories that had been lost during the dimensional exchanges of the Spell Plague began to return to their original reality. The process was gradual and often incomplete, with some regions appearing exactly as they had been before the catastrophe, while others showed clear signs of their sojourn in alternate realities. Mountains that had been transformed by exposure to primordial forces retained their crystalline structures even as they returned to familiar landscapes, while forests that had been touched by alien influences continued to shelter creatures that had never existed in the original Faerun. The return of lost territories created both opportunities and challenges for the political entities that had emerged during the Spell Plague era. Kingdoms that had adapted to ruling over hybrid populations suddenly found themselves responsible for restored lands whose inhabitants remembered older forms of governance and social organization. Cities that had been partially exchanged with their Aberran counterparts faced the complex task of integrating returned citizens with the immigrants who had made their homes in the changed territories during the intervening century. The kingdom of Cormyr, which had maintained its essential character throughout the chaos of the Spell Plague, found itself in the unique position of being able to serve as a stabilizing influence during the restoration process. The Obarskir dynasty's commitment to lawful governance and institutional continuity provided a model that other recovering realms could adapt to their own circumstances, while Cormer's experienced administrators offered valuable expertise in managing the practical challenges of territorial reintegration. The merchant princes of Sembia discovered that the Second Sundering created unprecedented opportunities for trade and commerce, as previously severed transportation routes were restored and new markets opened in territories that had been inaccessible for over a century. However, they also faced the challenge of adapting their business practices to work with populations whose economic systems had evolved along different lines during the period of separation, requiring new forms of commercial innovation and cultural sensitivity. The Gentarim, whose network-based approach to power had proven surprisingly adaptable during the Spell Plague era, found themselves well positioned to take advantage of the chaos and uncertainty that accompanied the restoration process. Their agents moved quickly to establish footholds in returned territories, offering stability and protection to communities that were struggling to adapt to rapidly changing circumstances, while quietly extending the Black Network's influence into regions that had previously been beyond their reach. But perhaps the most dramatic political transformation associated with the Second Sundering was the final collapse of the Shadowvar Empire that had briefly threatened to restore Netheri's dominance over northern Faerun. The shadow magic that had sustained their civilization proved incompatible with the new magical environment that Mystra was creating, leading to a cascading series of failures that ultimately resulted in the destruction of Shade Enclave and the death or exile of most of the surviving Netherese princes. Telemont Tanto, the ancient archmage who had guided his people through millennia of exile and centuries of attempted restoration, met his end, not in glorious battle, but in a desperate attempt to prevent his civilization's final collapse by merging himself with the chaotic forces he had spent so long trying to control. His death marked the end of the last direct link to the ancient world of floating cities and epic magic, closing a chapter of history that had begun with humanity's greatest magical achievement and concluded with the recognition that some forms of power were too dangerous to be pursued, regardless of the benefits they might offer. The destruction of the Shadowvar Empire created a power vacuum in northern Faerun that various forces moved quickly to fill. The restored territories that had been under Netherese control found themselves courted by multiple kingdoms and organizations, each offering different visions of governance and development. Some communities chose to align themselves with established powers like Cormer or Sembia, while others declared independence and attempted to forge their own destinies in the changed world. The magical renaissance that accompanied the Second Sundering was marked by the emergence of new schools of thought that sought to synthesize the lessons learned from both traditional arcane theory and the chaotic innovations that had emerged during the Spell Plague era. These hybrid approaches to magic emphasized flexibility and adaptation over rigid adherence to ancient formulas, creating spellcasting traditions that were more resilient to disruption, while still maintaining the precision and reliability necessary for complex magical work. The return of traditional magical techniques was celebrated by scholars and practitioners who had spent decades working with the unpredictable energies of the post-Spell Plague world, but the restoration was not complete or uniform. Some forms of magic that had been lost during the catastrophe remained unavailable, while new techniques that had emerged from the chaos continued to function alongside the restored classical methods. The result was a magical landscape that was both familiar and alien, offering unprecedented opportunities for innovation while maintaining connections to ancient traditions. The religious transformations that accompanied the Second Sundering reflected the changed relationship between divine and mortal realms that had emerged from the experiences of the previous century. The gods who had survived or emerged from the Spell Plague period showed a greater willingness to work directly with mortal agents, recognizing that their traditional approaches to cosmic governance had proven inadequate for maintaining stability in an era of rapid change and unexpected challenges. New forms of worship emerged that emphasized cooperation between different faiths, rather than the competitive relationships that had often characterized pre-Spell Plague religious practice. These ecumenical movements reflected a hard-won understanding that the challenges facing the restored world were too complex to be addressed by any single divine portfolio or theological perspective, requiring coordinated efforts that could draw upon the full range of divine and mortal capabilities. The cultural changes that accompanied the Second Sundering were perhaps more subtle than the dramatic political and magical transformations, but they were no less significant for the long-term development of Faerunian civilization. The shared experience of surviving cosmic catastrophe had created bonds between different peoples and cultures that transcended traditional ethnic and national boundaries, leading to new forms of artistic expression and social organization that incorporated elements from multiple traditions. The hybrid populations that had emerged during the Spellplague era, communities that included humans, dragonborn, refugees from a bear, and various other peoples who had been brought together by the dimensional exchanges, proved to be sources of remarkable cultural innovation. These diverse communities developed new languages, art forms, and social practices that reflected their complex origins while creating identities that were uniquely their own. The technological and magical innovations that emerged during the Restoration period reflected the practical experience that had been gained during the century of chaos and adaptation. Engineers and artificers who had learned to work with unreliable magical systems during the Spellplague developed new approaches to construction and manufacturing that were more resilient to disruption, while scholars who had studied chaotic energies created new theoretical frameworks that could accommodate both order and randomness in their explanations of natural phenomena. The agricultural and environmental changes that accompanied the Second Sundering created both opportunities and challenges for communities throughout Faerun. Restored territories often possessed soil and climate conditions that differed from what had existed before the Spellplague, requiring new farming techniques and crop varieties that could thrive in the changed environment. Some regions discovered that their exposure to alien influences had left them with resources and capabilities that had never existed in the original world, opening up possibilities for entirely new forms of economic development. The restoration of trade routes and communication networks that had been severed during the Spellplague facilitated the rapid spread of innovations and ideas across the continent, leading to an acceleration of cultural and technological exchange that rivaled the great periods of expansion in Faerun's history. Merchants, scholars, and travelers who had been isolated for decades suddenly found themselves reconnected with distant communities, sharing knowledge and resources that had been accumulated during the period of separation. The diplomatic challenges created by the Second Sundering required entirely new approaches to international relations, as kingdoms struggled to establish relationships with territories that had returned in changed forms, or with populations whose cultural and political development had followed different paths during the century of separation. Traditional treaty structures proved inadequate for addressing situations where the fundamental nature of territories and peoples had been altered by cosmic forces beyond mortal control. The economic opportunities created by the restoration process attracted investment and development efforts from throughout the known world, as entrepreneurs and organizations sought to establish themselves in markets that had been inaccessible for over a century. However, these commercial ventures also faced unprecedented challenges in dealing with populations whose economic systems had evolved along different lines, and whose needs and preferences might bear little resemblance to those of traditional Faerunian markets. The educational and scholarly institutions that emerged during the Second Sundering reflected the need for new forms of knowledge and expertise that could address the complex challenges of governing and developing territories that had been fundamentally transformed by their experiences during the Spellplague era. Universities and academies established new curricula that combined traditional subjects with innovative approaches to magic, governance, and cultural integration. As the process of the Second Sundering gradually approached completion, it became clear that the restoration was not a return to the world that had existed before the Spellplague, but the creation of something entirely new, a reality that incorporated elements from multiple worlds and eras, while pointing toward possibilities that had never before existed. The realms that emerged from this cosmic healing were stronger and more resilient than their predecessor, having been tested by catastrophe and refined through the wisdom that comes only from surviving the unsurvivable. The legacy of the Second Sundering would prove to be as complex and multifaceted as the restoration process itself. On one hand, it demonstrated that even the most severe cosmic disruptions could be healed through the coordinated efforts of divine and mortal agents working toward common goals. On the other hand, it established new patterns of cooperation and innovation that would continue to influence the development of Faerunian civilization for generations to come. Perhaps most importantly, his Second Sundering taught valuable lessons about the nature of resilience and adaptation, showing that true strength comes not from the ability to resist change, but from the capacity to grow and evolve in response to new challenges, while maintaining connection to core values and principles. The restored realms embodied this understanding, creating a civilization that was both deeply rooted in tradition and remarkably open to innovation and transformation. As we close this chronicle of healing and renewal, we are reminded that even the most devastating wounds can become sources of strength when they are met with wisdom, courage, and determination. The Second Sundering transformed the scars left by the spell plague into foundations for a new form of greatness, demonstrating that the end of one world can become the beginning of another that is richer, more diverse, and more capable of weathering the storms of time. In its restoration, we see reflected both our capacity for recovery and our potential for transcendence, our ability to learn from suffering and our determination to build something better from the ruins of what came before. Chapter 11. The Modern Era. In the aftermath of cosmic upheaval and divine restoration, when the wounds of the spell plague have scarred over into new strength, and the chaos of the Second Sundering has settled into patterns that seem almost familiar, the world finds itself at a crossroads where ancient wisdom meets unprecedented challenges, and where the eternal struggle between order and chaos takes on forms that no previous generation could have imagined. This is the modern era, a time when the lessons of the past must guide responses to threats that have never before existed. When kingdoms built on traditional foundations must adapt to a reality that continues to evolve in ways both subtle and profound, and when heroes arise not to restore what was lost, but to forge new paths through dangers that test the very limits of mortal courage and divine protection. The Kingdom of Cormyr stands as perhaps the most successful example of how traditional values can adapt to modern challenges without losing their essential character. Under the continued rule of the Obarskir dynasty, this realm has maintained its commitment to lawful governance and institutional stability, while developing new approaches to the complex problems that have emerged from the cosmic transformations of recent centuries. The purple dragons, who serve as the kingdom's military backbone, have evolved beyond their traditional role as heavy cavalry, incorporating magical techniques learned from spell-scarred veterans and tactical innovations developed during the chaotic years when conventional warfare proved inadequate against reality-warping enemies. King Azun VI, the current monarch of this ancient line, exemplifies the kind of leadership that the modern era requires, rooted in tradition yet flexible enough to address unprecedented challenges. His court includes not only the noble families whose ancestors served the first Obarskir kings, but also advisors drawn from the diverse populations that have made Cormyr their home during the periods of upheaval and restoration. Dragonborn refugees from Aber serve alongside human knights, while spell-scarred individuals whose abilities transcend traditional magical categories work as consultants to the royal bureaucracy. The challenges facing modern Cormyr extend far beyond the traditional concerns of medieval kingship. The restoration of territories that had been lost during the spell plague has created complex legal questions about land ownership and inheritance that require entirely new frameworks of jurisprudence. Communities that lived under different laws during their century of separation must be integrated into the kingdom's legal system without destroying the innovations they developed during their isolation. Trade relationships with regions that have been fundamentally transformed by their exposure to alien influences require diplomatic protocols that account for cultural practices that have no precedent in Cormorian history. Perhaps most significantly, the kingdom must constantly guard against threats that emerge from the intersection of ancient evils with modern magical innovations. The Gentarim, ever opportunistic, have adapted their network-based approach to take advantage of the complex new political landscape, while cults dedicated to entities that emerged during the Spellplague work to undermine the stability that Cormor has fought so hard to maintain. The king's agents must be prepared to deal with everything from traditional bandit gangs to reality-manipulating cultists who seek to trigger new catastrophes for their own incomprehensible purposes. The Merchant Republic of Sembia has undergone perhaps the most dramatic transformation of any surviving power, evolving from a traditional trading kingdom into something approaching a modern commercial empire that spans multiple planes of existence. The merchant princes who rule this realm have learned to view the dimensional instabilities left over from the Spellplague not as obstacles to commerce, but as opportunities for unprecedented forms of trade and investment. Sembian trading houses now maintain permanent offices in the Feywild, the Shadowfell, and various elemental planes, creating commercial networks that generate wealth on a scale that would have been unimaginable before the cosmic upheavals of recent centuries. The innovations in magical commerce that Sembian entrepreneurs have developed represent a revolution in economic thinking that extends far beyond mere profit-making. These merchant wizards have created new forms of currency that maintain air value across different planes of existence, developed transportation systems that can move goods through dimensions where normal concepts of distance become meaningless, and established insurance mechanisms that can protect investments against risks that include not just theft or natural disaster, but fundamental alterations to the nature of reality itself. Yet Sembia's commercial success has also created new forms of social and political tension that challenge traditional approaches to governance. The wealth generated by planar trade has created vast disparities between those who can afford access to multidimensional markets and those who remain confined to purely material forms of commerce. The merchant families who control the most profitable trade routes have accumulated power that rivals or exceeds that of traditional nobility, creating parallel hierarchies that sometimes conflict with each other over matters of policy and priority. The environmental consequences of extensive planar commerce have also begun to manifest in ways that concern both scholars and citizens. Regions where dimensional barriers have been repeatedly breached for commercial purposes show signs of magical contamination that affects everything from local weather patterns to the behavior of native wildlife. Some Sembian territories have become so thoroughly saturated with exotic energies that they are beginning to drift into other planes entirely, creating ghost towns and abandoned mining sites that exist partially in multiple realities simultaneously. In the ruins of the former Netherese heartland, new powers have emerged to fill the vacuum left by the destruction of the Shadowvar Empire. The Alliance of Silver Marches represents a confederation of human settlements, dwarven strongholds, and other communities that have banded together for mutual protection against the various threats that continue to emerge from the magical wasteland that was once the most powerful civilization in human history. This alliance operates according to principles that would have seemed radical in earlier eras, granting equal representation to all member communities regardless of their size, military strength, or cultural background. The democratic innovations pioneered by the Silver Marches have attracted attention from political theorists throughout Faerun, as this confederation demonstrates that effective governance can emerge from consensus and cooperation rather than traditional hierarchical authority. Representatives from member communities meet regularly to debate policy and coordinate responses to regional threats, creating a form of government that is more responsive to local needs while still maintaining the unity necessary to address large-scale challenges. However, the Alliance faces constant pressure from forces that view its egalitarian principles as threats to the established order. The Gentarim work tirelessly to corrupt individual members and undermine the cooperative relationships that hold the Confederation together, while various cults and criminal organizations seek to exploit the relative openness of Alliance society to establish footholds for their own activities. The democratic ideals that give the Alliance its strength also create vulnerabilities that more authoritarian societies do not face, requiring constant vigilance to maintain the balance between freedom and security. The Gentirim themselves have evolved far beyond their original incarnation as a brutal tyranny based in Gentle Keep, transforming into a sophisticated network that operates more like a multidimensional corporation than a traditional criminal organization. The Black Network has learned to present itself as a provider of essential services, security, information, problem-solving, rather than as a conqueror seeking to impose its will through force. This approach has proven remarkably successful in the complex political environment of the modern era, as communities struggling with unprecedented challenges often find themselves willing to accept Gentirim assistance, despite the organization's sinister reputation. The modern Gentirim operates through a cellular structure that makes it virtually impossible to destroy through conventional military action. Individual cells are granted considerable autonomy in their operations, while remaining connected to the larger network through communication systems that utilize both magical and mundane methods. This organizational flexibility allows the network to adapt quickly to changing circumstances while maintaining the coordinated purpose that has always been its greatest strength. The services that the Gentirim provides often fill genuine needs that legitimate authorities are unable or unwilling to address. In regions where magical contamination has made normal law enforcement impossible, Gentirim operatives offer protection against supernatural threats. In communities where traditional economic systems have been disrupted by dimensional instabilities, the network provides alternative forms of commerce and finance. In territories where political chaos has created power vacuums, Gentirim agents step in to provide the stability and organization that people desperately need. Yet beneath this veneer of public service, the Black Network continues to pursue its fundamental goal of accumulating power and influence through whatever means necessary. The assistance they provide always comes with strings attached, creating dependencies that can be exploited when the organization's interests require it. Communities that accept Gentirim help often find themselves gradually transformed into tools of the network's agenda, their autonomy eroded through a process so subtle that the victims may not realize what has happened until it is too late to resist. The threats facing modern Faerun extend far beyond political and economic challenges to encompass dangers that strike at the fundamental nature of existence itself. The cosmic upheavals of recent centuries have weakened barriers between various planes of existence, allowing entities and influences that were previously contained to seep into the material world. Ancient evils that have slumbered for millennia are beginning to stir, attracted by the magical disruptions that continue to ripple through reality even after the apparent resolution of the spell plague and the second Sundering. The Far Realm, that alien dimension where the normal laws of reality hold no sway and where madness is the only constant, has begun to exert a more direct influence on Faerun than ever before. Aberrations that would have been confined to the deepest regions of the Underdark now manifest in populated areas, while cultists who have made contact with entities from beyond comprehension work to open permanent gateways that would allow full-scale invasion from dimensions where consciousness itself becomes a weapon. These far-realm incursions represent a type of threat that no previous generation has had to face on such a scale. Traditional forms of magical and military defense prove inadequate against enemies that can alter the fundamental nature of reality around them, turning the very laws of physics into tools of conquest and domination. Heroes who face such challenges must be prepared not just to fight with sword and spell, but to maintain their sanity and identity when confronted with truths that should not exist, and realities that violate every assumption about the nature of existence. The environmental degradation that has resulted from repeated magical catastrophes has created new forms of wilderness that pose unprecedented challenges to civilized settlement. Regions affected by particularly intense spell plague manifestations have become what scholars term reality deserts, areas where the normal relationships between cause and effect have been so thoroughly disrupted that they function more like alien landscapes than terrestrial environments. These zones expand and contract according to patterns that seem to follow no natural law, sometimes engulfing entire communities without warning, while at other times retreating to reveal territories that have been transformed beyond recognition. The creatures that inhabit these reality deserts represent evolutionary responses to environments where adaptation must occur on a magical, as well as physical level. Some species have developed the ability to exist partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously, while others have learned to manipulate the unstable local reality to create temporary advantages in their struggle for survival. These magical ecosystem adaptations create new forms of biodiversity that fascinate scholars even as they pose dangers to travelers and settlers who lack the specialized knowledge necessary to survive in such altered environments. The ongoing struggle between civilization and wilderness has taken on entirely new dimensions in the modern era, as communities must not only clear forests and drain swamps, but also stabilize reality itself before they can establish permanent settlements. Engineers and wizards work together to create magical infrastructure that can maintain normal physical laws in regions where such consistency is not guaranteed, while explorers and scouts must be trained to recognize the warning signs of dimensional instability that could doom settlement efforts before they begin. The religious landscape of modern Faerun reflects the cosmic upheavals that have reshaped the relationship between divine and mortal realms over the past few centuries. Traditional forms of worship continue alongside new spiritual movements that have emerged in response to the unprecedented challenges facing modern society. Some of these new faiths focus on finding meaning and purpose in a universe that has proven to be far more chaotic and unpredictable than previous generations believed, while others seek to establish direct personal relationships with divine forces rather than working through traditional religious hierarchies. The gods themselves have become more directly involved in mortal affairs than they were in earlier eras, perhaps recognizing that the threats facing their worshippers require more active intervention than traditional divine policy allowed. This increased divine presence has created new opportunities for spiritual growth and magical development, but it has also generated new forms of religious conflict as different divine agendas come into direct confrontation with each other in the mortal realm. The technological innovations that have emerged during the modern era reflect the need to solve problems that purely magical solutions cannot address. Artificers and engineers have developed new approaches to construction and manufacturing that combine traditional craftsmanship with magical enhancement in ways that create products more resilient to dimensional instability and reality fluctuation. These hybrid technologies represent a middle path between the purely magical systems that proved vulnerable to cosmic disruption and the purely mundane approaches that lack the flexibility necessary to function in a magically active environment. The social changes that characterize modern Faerunian society reflect the need to accommodate populations whose diversity extends beyond traditional racial and cultural categories to include fundamental differences in the nature of existence itself. Communities now include not only humans, elves, dwarves, and other traditional peoples, but also beings whose very nature was altered by exposure to spell-plague energies, refugees from other planes of existence who have made permanent homes in the material world, and hybrid populations whose identity transcends any single category of being. These diverse communities have developed new forms of social organization that can accommodate differences that go far beyond language, customs, or appearance to include fundamental variations in how individuals experience reality itself. Legal systems have been developed that can address disputes between beings whose existence spans multiple planes, while educational institutions have created curricula that can prepare students for careers in environments where the basic assumptions about physics, magic, and consciousness may not apply. As we survey the challenges and opportunities that define the modern era, we see a world that has been tested by catastrophe and transformed by restoration, emerging stronger and more complex than ever before. The kingdoms and communities that have survived the cosmic upheavals of recent centuries have learned to combine the wisdom of tradition with the flexibility necessary to address unprecedented challenges, creating civilizations that are both deeply rooted and remarkably adaptable. The heroes who emerge in this era face quests that would have been unimaginable to their predecessors, defending not just their homelands, but the fundamental nature of reality itself, against threats that transcend conventional categories of good and evil. Their victories are measured not just in battles won or treasures claimed, but in their success at preserving the possibility of meaningful existence in a universe that has proven to be far stranger and more dangerous than anyone previously understood. Yet for all its challenges, the modern era also represents a time of unprecedented opportunity for growth, discovery, and achievement. The barriers that once separated different worlds and different forms of existence have been permanently altered, creating possibilities for exploration, understanding, and cooperation that could never have existed under the old cosmic order. The scars left by past catastrophes have become gateways to new forms of greatness, while the wisdom gained through surviving the unsurvivable has become the foundation for building civilizations that can endure whatever trials the future may bring. Chapter 12. Legacy of Legends. Time flows like a river through the chronicles of existence, carrying forward the deeds and dreams of countless generations, while depositing the sediment of memory in the deep places where wisdom accumulates, like treasure, waiting to be discovered by those who know how to look beneath the surface of things. As we reach the culmination of our journey through the complete history of the Forgotten Realms, we find ourselves standing, not at an ending, but at a vantage point, from which we can perceive the eternal patterns that have shaped this world since its violent birth, in cosmic conflict, and will continue to guide its evolution long after our own names have been forgotten by mortal tongues. This is more than history, it is mythology in the making, the ongoing creation of a reality where the boundary between legend and life remains forever permeable, where heroes arise, not because the times demand them, but because the human spirit refuses to accept that any darkness is permanent, or any challenge insurmountable. The Forgotten Realms continue to evolve with each passing day, shaped by forces both vast and intimate, cosmic and personal, as new generations of heroes and villains take their places on the stage, where the great drama of existence unfolds in acts that echo the eternal themes of creation, destruction, and renewal. Yet for all the changes that time and circumstance have wrought upon this storied land, certain fundamental truths remain constant, archetypal patterns that transcend the specific details of any particular age or civilization. These are the themes that make the realms not merely a setting for adventure, but a mirror in which we can see reflected the deepest aspirations and fears of the mortal condition. The first and perhaps most persistent of these eternal themes is the relationship between power and responsibility, the recognition that every gift of strength or knowledge or influence carries with it an obligation to use such gifts wisely and for purposes that serve the greater good rather than merely personal ambition. From the creator races whose mastery of magic ultimately proved insufficient to prevent their decline, through the Netherese whose soaring achievements were brought low by their failure to temper might with wisdom, to the modern heroes who must daily choose whether to use their abilities for protection or domination, this fundamental tension between capability and character runs like a golden thread through every chapter of the realm's long story. The tragedy of power wielded without wisdom is written in ruins that span the continent, from the blasted wasteland of Anarok, where Carus's Folly turned paradise into desert, to the twisted realms where spell-plague energies still warp reality, according to the whims of forces beyond mortal comprehension. Yet alongside these monuments to hubris stand examples of power used responsibly, the enduring kingdom of Cormyr, where strength serves law rather than ruling through it, the democratic alliance of Silver Marches, where authority derives from consent rather than conquest, the restored magical traditions that balance innovation with restraint to prevent repetition of past catastrophes. The second great theme that resonates through the ages is the eternal struggle between order and chaos, law and freedom, the structured harmony that enables civilization to flourish, and the creative disorder that prevents such structures from becoming prisons of stagnation. This tension manifests itself in countless forms throughout Faerunian history, in the conflicts between different kingdoms and their governing philosophies, in the debates between magical traditions that emphasize rigid formulaic approaches versus those that embrace spontaneous innovation, in the ongoing negotiations between divine beings whose portfolios represent different aspects of cosmic balance. Neither pure order nor absolute chaos proves sustainable in the long term, as the histories of failed civilizations amply demonstrate. The giants who built according to unchanging traditions eventually found themselves unable to adapt to changing circumstances, while the primordial forces that sought to return all things to elemental randomness proved incapable of creating anything lasting or meaningful. The most successful societies and individuals are those who learn to navigate between these extremes, maintaining enough structure to provide stability, while preserving enough flexibility to grow and evolve in response to new challenges. The third eternal theme is the relationship between mortality and transcendence, the recognition that, while all individual lives must end, the ideals and achievements of the mortal spirit can become immortal through their influence on others and their integration into the ongoing story of civilization. This theme takes many forms throughout the realm's history: heroes whose names become legends that inspire future generations, villains whose defeats serve as warnings about the consequences of choosing darkness over light, ordinary people whose small acts of courage or kindness ripple outward to influence events far beyond their original scope. The quest for literal immortality, whether through divine ascension, magical transformation, or other means, rarely leads to the fulfillment that seekers expect to find. Those who achieve such transcendence often discover that eternal existence without growth, change, or meaningful challenge becomes a form of living death, while those who accept their mortal limitations but strive to leave positive legacies often achieve a more meaningful form of immortality through their lasting influence on the world. The fourth recurring theme is the power of cooperation and community to accomplish what no individual effort could achieve, balanced against the recognition that such cooperation requires the voluntary participation of beings who maintain their individual identity and agency. The greatest achievements in Faerunian history, from the restoration of magical stability after the spell plague to the democratic innovations of the Silver Marches, have emerged from the coordinated efforts of diverse groups working toward common goals, while respecting each other's unique contributions and perspectives. Yet cooperation without individual responsibility becomes mob rule, while individual achievement without regard for community welfare becomes tyranny. The most successful societies are those that create frameworks allowing individual excellence to flourish, while channeling such excellence toward purposes that benefit the larger community. This balance requires constant attention and adjustment, as changing circumstances create new opportunities and challenges that must be addressed through renewed cooperation and shared commitment. The fifth eternal theme is the relationship between tradition and innovation, the recognition that, while the wisdom of the past provides essential guidance for navigating present challenges, such wisdom must be adapted and applied creatively, rather than followed blindly, if it is to remain relevant to changing circumstances. The realms are littered with the ruins of civilizations that clung too rigidly to ancient ways, but they also bear the scars of innovations that ignored traditional wisdom and created new problems worse than those they were intended to solve. The most successful individuals and societies are those that learn to honor their heritage while remaining open to new possibilities, drawing strength from their roots while growing toward new light. This requires the cultivation of wisdom rather than mere intelligence, the development of judgment that can distinguish between traditions worth preserving and those that have outlived their usefulness, between innovations that represent genuine progress and those that are merely novel. The magical traditions of the modern realms exemplify this balance between tradition and innovation, as contemporary practitioners have learned to combine classical techniques that have proven their worth over millennia with new approaches developed in response to the cosmic upheavals of recent centuries. The result is a more robust and flexible magical framework that maintains connection to ancient wisdom while remaining capable of adapting to unprecedented challenges. The continuing evolution of the realms can be seen in the ongoing development of new forms of society, magic, and culture that emerge from the intersection of traditional wisdom with contemporary innovation. The democratic experiments of the Silver Marches draw upon ancient traditions of tribal councils and guild organizations while incorporating new insights about representation and consensus building that reflect the complex realities of modern multidimensional society. The hybrid magical techniques that combine arcane and divine elements reflect both the classical understanding of different forms of supernatural power and the contemporary recognition that such distinctions are more fluid than previous generations believed. The environmental restoration projects that seek to heal the damage caused by magical catastrophes represent another form of evolution, as communities learn to work with natural and supernatural forces to create landscapes that are both beautiful and functional. These efforts require not only technical expertise, but also the wisdom to understand how different forms of life can coexist in environments that have been fundamentally altered by exposure to cosmic forces. The educational institutions that have emerged during the modern era represent perhaps the most hopeful form of evolution, as they seek to prepare new generations for challenges that may be unlike anything previously encountered. These schools and academies must teach not only specific skills and knowledge, but also the adaptability and wisdom necessary to address problems that may not yet exist. They must cultivate both individual excellence and cooperative ability, both respect for tradition and openness to innovation. The heroes who emerge in the contemporary realms face quests that would have been unimaginable to their predecessors, defending not just their homelands, but the fundamental nature of reality itself, against threats that transcend conventional categories of good and evil. Their adventures take place not only in the familiar landscapes of forest and mountain, but also in dimensions where normal physical laws do not apply, and in communities where the population includes beings whose very nature challenges traditional assumptions about identity and consciousness. Yet for all the unprecedented nature of contemporary challenges, the fundamental qualities that define heroism remain constant across the ages: courage in the face of overwhelming odds, compassion for those who suffer, wisdom to distinguish between what should be preserved and what should be changed, determination to persevere despite setbacks and failures. These virtues are as relevant today as they were in the age of dragons and giants, as necessary for dealing with far realm incursions as they were for confronting the ambitions of mortal tyrants. The villains of the modern era likewise embody eternal patterns of corruption and malevolence, though expressed through means that reflect contemporary circumstances. The Sundring's sophisticated network of influence and control represents a more subtle form of tyranny than the crude domination attempted by earlier would-be conquerors, but it springs from the same fundamental desire to impose one's will upon others, regardless of their consent or welfare. The cults that seek to open gateways for far realm invasion represent a more exotic form of nihilism than traditional destruction, but they arise from the same refusal to accept the legitimacy of existence itself. The ongoing struggle between these forces of creation and destruction, hope and despair, community and isolation plays out on scales both vast and intimate, in cosmic conflicts that threaten entire planes of existence, and in personal choices that determine whether individual lives contribute to the sum of light or darkness in the world. Every generation must learn anew how to recognize and resist the temptations that lead toward corruption, while cultivating the virtues that enable meaningful achievement and lasting happiness. The religious and philosophical traditions of the modern realms reflect this ongoing struggle, offering guidance for navigating moral complexities that have no simple solutions. The gods themselves serve as examples of how power can be wielded responsibly or abused selfishly, while the various faiths and philosophical schools provide frameworks for understanding the relationship between individual choice and cosmic consequence. The artistic and cultural achievements of each era serve as repositories of wisdom and beauty that transcend their original historical contexts, speaking to universal human experiences and aspirations that remain relevant across the centuries. The songs that celebrate heroic deeds inspire courage in later generations, while the stories that warn against the consequences of pride and selfishness help others avoid similar pitfalls. The monuments and buildings that survived the rise and fall of civilizations stand as testimony to the human capacity for creating beauty and meaning, even in the face of mortality and change. The economic and technological innovations that emerge from each generation's response to its particular challenges often prove to have applications far beyond their original purposes, contributing to the ongoing development of civilization in ways their creators never anticipated. The magical techniques developed to address spell-plague disruptions have found applications in everyday life that make existence more comfortable and productive for ordinary people, while the diplomatic protocols created to manage relationships between multidimensional communities have provided models for resolving conflicts that arise from cultural and ideological differences. As we contemplate the future evolution of the Forgotten Realms, we can be certain that new challenges will emerge that will test the wisdom and courage of future generations in ways we cannot now imagine. The cosmic forces that have shaped the world's development since its creation continue to evolve and interact in patterns too complex for any mortal mind to fully predict or control. New forms of magic may emerge that require entirely different approaches to understanding and regulation, while new species of intelligent beings may develop capabilities that challenge existing assumptions about consciousness and identity. Yet we can also be confident that the fundamental patterns we have observed throughout the realm's history will continue to manifest in new forms, providing guidance for those who learn to recognize and work with them rather than against them. The eternal themes of power and responsibility, order and chaos, tradition and innovation, cooperation and individual achievement will continue to define the essential challenges facing both heroes and ordinary citizens as they work to create meaningful lives and build societies worth preserving. The legacy of legends lies not in the specific details of particular achievements, but in the archetypal patterns they represent and the inspiration they provide for those who face similar challenges in different circumstances. The story of Carus teaches us about the dangers of pursuing power without wisdom, but it also demonstrates the redemptive potential of recognizing one's errors and choosing sacrifice over selfishness when the welfare of others is at stake. The rise and fall of Netheril shows us how even the greatest civilizations contain the seeds of their own destruction, but it also reveals how the fragments of greatness can be preserved and transformed into new forms of achievement. The time of troubles reminds us that even the gods are subject to judgment and consequence, but it also shows how crisis can become an opportunity for renewal and growth when met with courage and wisdom. The spell plague demonstrates how quickly familiar realities can be transformed beyond recognition, but it also reveals the remarkable resilience of life and consciousness in adapting to circumstances that seem impossible to survive. In the end, what makes the Forgotten Realms timeless is not their specific geography or particular history, but their embodiment of universal truths about the nature of existence and the potential that lies within every conscious being to choose between creation and destruction, hope and despair, love and hatred. These choices define not only individual character, but also the ultimate direction of civilizational development, determining whether each generation leaves the world better or worse than they found it. The realms continue to evolve because the forces that created them, the divine impulse toward creation, the mortal drive toward achievement, the eternal struggle between opposing principles, remain as active today as they were at the beginning of time. Each new story that unfolds within this legendary framework adds another thread to the tapestry of meaning that transforms mere events into mythology, mere geography into sacred space, mere history into eternal truth. As long as consciousness seeks meaning, as long as mortals dream of transcendence, as long as the spirit refuses to accept that any darkness is permanent, or any challenge insurmountable, the Forgotten Realms will continue to provide a stage where such dreams can be pursued, and such refusals can be made manifest. In their continuing evolution, we see reflected our own highest aspirations and deepest fears, our greatest achievements and most tragic failures, our endless capacity for growth, and our eternal hope that tomorrow will bring opportunities to become better than we are today. This is the true legacy of legends, not the preservation of what was, but the inspiration of what could be, the demonstration that even in a universe governed by forces beyond mortal control, conscious beings retain the power to choose their response to circumstances, and thereby to influence the ultimate meaning and direction of existence itself. In this choice, and in the stories that emerge from exercising it wisely, lies the eternal significance of the Forgotten Realms and their continuing relevance to all who seek to understand what it means to live meaningfully in a world where legend and life remain forever intertwined.